was this our third quarterly hearing of the year. So with that, I'd like to ask Presley to lead us in to review the meeting protocols. So Presley.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. Good morning. The California Commission on Disability Access Full Commission meeting is now called to order on Wednesday, July 26, 2023. This full commission meeting will be on Zoom via teleconference and held at the California Commission on Disability Access headquarters located at 400 R Street, Suite 312, Sacramento, California, 95811. Per Senate Bill 189, the Bagley-Keene teleconferencing restrictions were waived through June 30th, 2023. Therefore, committee members are not required to list their remote locations. However, in accordance with the expiration of Senate Bills 189 teleconferencing provisions, members of the public may participate either by Zoom or teleconference from any location. Please refer to page 6 regarding the commissioners listed full commission remote meeting locations. For public comments on matters not on the agenda is taken at the beginning of the meeting. Public comment on matters on the agenda will be heard as the commission takes up agenda items for discussion. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Speakers who utilize translators to make public comments will be allotted no more than 6 minutes unless they utilize simultaneous translation equipment. CCDA is precluded from discussing matters not on the agenda. However, CCDA members may ask questions for clarification purposes. This meeting is being captioned and recorded. To assist in this effort, please state your first and last name each time you speak and speak loud and clear. The Stream Text Live captioning link has been included in the chat for your use, and staff can provide the link when asked. Public participants can use the raise hand function to alert the committee of when they would like to speak. And we will also give an opportunity for public members who have called in the meeting, at which time they can unmute themselves. If you are attending this meeting via teleconference, press *6 on your keypad to unmute or mute yourself. If you would like to alert the CCDA, please *9 to telephonically raise your hand and the staff will call on you. To use the raise hand function, please follow these steps. Using Zoom via web browser, first click on the icon labeled Reactions in the toolbar on the bottom center of your screen. After clicking Reactions, a new window will show on your screen. At the bottom right of the screen, there will be a button labeled Raise Hand. For mobile devices, click on the 3 sideways dots labeled More. The More option is in the toolbar on the bottom right corner of the screen. After clicking More, a new window will pop up at the bottom of your screen. Press Raise Hand. Please remember to mute yourself if you are not speaking in order to reduce noise. If you are having any technical issues throughout the meeting and need assistance, please use the chat function to alert the CCDA staff or email ccda@dgs.ca.gov. And I will pass it back to you, Chair Commissioner Downey.
Thank you, Presley. This is Chair Commissioner Downey. That brings us to agenda item number 1, roll call and pledge of allegiance. And once again, I'll hand it back to Presley to take roll for us and to determine if we have a quorum.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. I will start. Commissioner Downey. Commissioner Downey.
Present.
Commissioner Chair Downey for attendance.
Present.
Oh, okay. I hear the microphone now. Commissioner Lemus. Commissioner Lemus. Commissioner Holloway.
Present.
Commissioner Holloway.
Still present.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I think the microphone was a little low. I got you now. Commissioner Dillard.
Present.
Commissioner Dr. Yes, I can. Thank you, Commissioner Dillard. Commissioner Dr. Elhessen.
Present.
Commissioner Jackson.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Leon Vasquez. Commissioner Littlebridge.
Present.
Commissioner Littlebridge.
Present.
Okay. Commissioner Ramirez,
Can you hear me? Good morning. This is Hector Ramirez.
awesome, thank you so much. Commissioner Shapiro, Commissioner Clair,
This is Eric.
Commissioner-
on behalf of.
awesome. Thank you, Eric. And then Commissioner Conway,
Ben Conway, present.
thank you. And with that, I will pass it back to you, Chair Commissioner Downey. We do have quorum.
Thank you. Is that on? Okay, thank you. So did you identify any members of the commissioner commission that, or let's see, what's the classification? Officials that are joining the meeting remotely?
Chair Downey, we have Nikki Taylor for Senator Ochoa Bowe present.
Oh, Nikki, anybody else?
I do not see any other people to identify at this time.
I see. Okay. So are there any members of the public attending virtually that would like to identify themselves?
This is Ben Conway in the Los Angeles office. There are no members of the public present with me, and I'll update the commission if that changes.
Thank you.
And Chair Commissioner Downey, from the virtual, there is no indication in the chat.
Thank you. And I understand there's nobody here present in the in our meeting room. So then we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. So if those that can, please stand and recite with me the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So if there are no further comments, we'll move on to agenda item number 2. That's approval of the April 19th full commission hearing. So I presume everybody's had a chance to review that. Are there any questions or comments at this time?
I move approval.
Okay.
A second.
Okay. I'd like to leave it open to see if there are any comments, questions. Hearing none, we had a motion to approve by Vice Chair Bill Holloway, I think, Brian Holloway, and then the second was by, is that Commissioner Dillard?
That's
Yes.
correct.
Commissioner Dillard. So all in favor? Actually, for this, we need a roll call vote. So I'll hand it off to you. I believe that's Presley.
Yes, thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. I will start with the roll call vote. Commissioner Dillard,
Yes.
Commissioner Downey,
Aye.
Commissioner Alhassan,
Aye.
Commissioner Holloway,
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson,
Aye.
Commissioner Littlebridge,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Shapiro. Okay, Chair Commissioner Downey, all CCDA commissioner votes have been noted and the motion carries. I will pass it back to you.
Thank you, Presley. It's like for that, let's if there are no further questions, we'll move on to item number 3, which is comments from members of the public on items not on the agenda. So are there any members joining us virtually that would like to speak to the commission at this time?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Okay. And I presume we still have no visitors with us today in the space that would like to address, or has anybody come in? Okay. So that brings us to item number 4. So that's today just happens to be spot on for the 33rd anniversary of the passage of the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act. So obviously it's quite moment of synchronicity to have this day on our quarterly hearing, and it's important to remember that all the battles, the hard work that was done for the passage of ADA. It has been 33 years. There are those of us that may not have been around during that time when it was passed, and it's important to remember the efforts, the fight, the struggle to bring this legislation into fruition. And so in thinking about that, I'm also reminded of this being the first year we're celebrating it without a leading advocate, Judy Heumann, who was so instrumental in the passage of ADA. So I especially would like to remember her on this day as we celebrate this landmark legislation that she was so instrumental in passing and advocating for. And not just that, it's also remembering that that wasn't the end, that was the means to an end that we're still in pursuit of, something that this commission is very much committed to seeing through and fulfilling. So we have a lot of hard work yet ahead of us, but we're making progress, and we're here to do our best within the state of California to make that legislation really sort of fulfill its fullest potential. So thanks to everybody on the committee, on the commission that's here working with us, and thanks for the advocates out there in the state of California and everybody that's participating with us and supporting us and helping the state to fulfill the promise of that legislation. So thank you. And I'd like to turn it on over to our Executive Director, April Dawson, for further comments.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. Am I being heard and understood all right? Presley?
Yes, you are. Yes,
Thank
you are.
you.
You're sounding great.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to echo the comments by Chair Commissioner Downey and wish the ADA a happy 33rd anniversary. When the ADA was passed, I was 9 years old, and I remember my father coming to me and you know, I had started to learn around that time that I was different. I was the only person in my class that had a physical disability, and I had started to get teased. And I remember also the bathroom at the school that I went to was not wheelchair accessible. I had a nurse that used to help me, and so I would actually have to have some of my needs that I needed met in the coat closet of the campus because I couldn't use the bathroom. And I remember kind of understanding, like, how come the other kids get to use the bathroom and I don't? And I talked to my dad about it, and he was like, well, you know, the president agrees with you. And he showed me like the signing of the ADA and said, you know, this is for you and a lot of people who are like you, and also for everyone. And so that was really when I started to really frame a disability rights mindset, and really led me on the path to what I wanted to do in life, and where I really felt like my disability didn't have to be a barrier. And so I have just been reflecting on that, and I'm really proud to be here and the ADA could not have been passed without, you know, bipartisanship, without the efforts of the business community, the veterans community, people of all types of disabilities who came together and said, you know, let's solve this so that we could be an example to the world about equality. So I'm really proud that we're here today to continue this legacy. So with that, we had some guiding questions that we wanted to ask the commission and also to the members of the public. You'll have an opportunity also to just talk about the ADA and what it's meant to you. So I would love it if the commission could weigh in on a few questions, such as, what impact has the ADA had on you specifically? How would your life be different if the ADA didn't exist? And, how has it intersected with your careers or personal life? And how does the serving on the ADA how has serving on the CCDA contributed to or evolved your perspective in keeping access at the forefront? So these are some guiding questions you can consider, and you can also share other thoughts about the ADA. So I just wanted to open it up for discussion.
This is Commissioner Alhessan. Thank you very much, Executive Director April Dawson. I share your sentiments. And actually, I was working at Northrop Grumman on the B-2, the stealth bomber, when the ADA passed. And I remember, as yourself with the bathroom situation, I was going home to use the bathrooms during lunch, which was a good 20 minutes from work to home, because they didn't have accessible bathrooms. And so the passing the ADA, I actually started and learned to advocate for myself. So I had gone to my boss and asked them if they could at least fix a bathroom, because it's interesting, when I do my ADA trainings now for corporate America, I start out by saying, Northrop paid me 2 hours to sit on the john because I had tried to use the restroom and had gotten stuck on the toilet because I couldn't get up. There was water or something on the floor. But that's one of my issues too, in regards to access. I feel that the ADA has been a great impact. It made me personally a stronger person in advocacy and supporting others with disabilities, not only physical disabilities, but also many hidden disabilities. I've also learned that through advocacy and also exposure to other agencies, that we still have a long way to go in regards to providing greater access, equality, and inclusion of people with disabilities. And that's something that's been brought to light to me as a school board member, also as a commissioner on public social services, where the issues constantly come up in recognition or not recognition. And one of the most important things, I think, I hope as we move forward after this, during this next anniversary, we can celebrate the fact that at least ADA has been recognized as far as the training, like we do for sexual harassment, ethnic bias training. I think that should be a mandatory training for all government, state, county institutions. And that's where I'll leave it at that. I also received a recognition by our city on ADA access and advocacy. They gave me a proclamation, which is funny because I gave them a proclamation and then they ended up giving me one on ADA. And one of the main reasons is I'm really working with our city in regards to businesses on access issues, specifically those who are being targeted and sued through litigation, or I don't know how you can consider drive-by litigations. But so they've identified me as their expert on helping them in regards to access issues and working with CAS specialists and helping them to get their businesses. I'm also looking at starting a advisory committee for people with disabilities in the community here to support our local city in regards to getting more access, whether it's parks and recreation, employment, or actually public works, where right now they're actually putting sidewalks in front of my house, which is a great accomplishment. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Shapiro. I'll share a story. My father was disabled in 1980. So that's 11 years before the ADA. He was 42 years old. He had been an athlete and very active, and needless to say, his disability changed his life. Because there was no ADA or any obligation of accessibility or accommodation, he had to leave his job as a professor at San Diego State because physically he couldn't. He could teach his classes and perform, but he had many of the same difficulties that several other people have mentioned. After the passage of the ADA, which was unfortunately 11 years too late for him, there would have been a requirement that they accommodate his disability, and he probably could have continued to work. But at the time it wasn't. So even though it didn't help him, he was very, very happy to know that other people in his similar situation would not face the same terrible choices that he had. I also admit on a personal level that it was really nice when they started putting the curb cuts in, that we no longer had to wheel him down a driveway around the gutter to get around the corner to cross the street. Just being able to cross the street at the corner made a huge difference in his life, and the ADA did that. So I'm very grateful that we, as a society, saw the need to make everything that we do accessible to people, regardless of their disabilities. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Dillard. I think I speak for not just myself, but for other fellow architects. Obviously, ADA has made a big impact upon our profession. But what I wanted to talk about is a situation that happened to me some time ago when, as most architects know, when we design buildings, we have to design for ADA, and that has an impact on our design. But one of the things that we don't do is show the representation of that in our renderings. And what I mean by that is I was on a project some years ago where we were very sensitive to the community, and we had renderings of the building, and the renderings were not diverse, particularly in terms of people. But we corrected that. And not only did we correct that, but I insisted that we go a step further and include not just people of diversity, but also showing how ADA can implement our work as well. So we had individuals in wheelchairs, and we had individuals who might have some sight impairment. That's something that's not normally done in our profession, but I see it happening more and more. Thanks.
So this is Commissioner Holloway. My first encounter with the ADA was many years ago when I had the opportunity to travel around Northern California with a very good friend of mine who was disabled. And it was really what happened was it was my first personal account with dealing with obstacles so that we could get to certain places and into certain places and into certain sporting events. And really the workarounds that we had to encounter were really a big surprise to me. And I think that was probably where my interest first peaked in ADA issues. And then since having the pleasure of being on this commission and having chaired the checklist committee, one of the things that I do nowadays is I happen to notice that when I'm in a restaurant or I'm getting into a parking lot or something like that, I see places that are well done, well appropriate, very, very accessible. And I think That's the way to do a restroom. That's the way to do a restaurant entrance. That's the way to make a stadium or sporting event work for everybody. So that's kind of how I've changed my perspective in terms of encountering hazards and places that were not acceptable, to seeing those now and pointing out to myself those that are.
This Chair Commissioner Downey, are there any other comments from members of the commission?
This is Commissioner Ramirez. So I am pre-ADA. And I remember I was in high school when advocacy work was happening. I didn't quite believe that it was going to take place. To tell you the truth, I came from like other people, I was in a segregated school, and we were just beginning to be integrated. And a lot of civil rights issues were happening at the time. And as somebody who comes from an equity-seeking population, if you've never had a Supreme Court or a law passed to guarantee your rights, you're not missing anything. But it's definitely an opportunity for one to kind of realize the privilege that we have in society. And now, as we join remotely or work remotely, I think one of the things that the ADA has really done across the board, even though it's not perfect, and it's been redone, there's a lot of opportunity for growth. I think it has really highlighted to everybody how accessibility can easily be built into the way we do businesses and interact with each other. And I think it still has a lot of promise to develop in the ways that it's still to benefit people. So 30 years is really, really great. A 30-year-old is like having a 30-year-old child. But still has a lot of things to really do for our community. And so I think can you see me? I'm looking for a silent. Okay. I think that for some of our communities, particularly equity-seeking communities, looking to really make sure that their businesses are accessible, particularly I that come from LA County, this commission really provides that opportunity and that platform. So I'm really, really honored to be here on the anniversary of the ADA in the state of California, where our lawyers who helped craft the law and advocates really originated.
Thank you. This is Chair Commissioner Chris Downey. Are there any other comments from members of the commission? Hearing none, are there any comments from members of the public joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there is no indication in the chat.
Thank you. Have any members of the public arrived here in our space? No. Okay. So with that, I'll close it out with just a final comment of my own. And serving here on the California Commission on Disability Access, as we just said, commented on various people's experience, both as people with disabilities, with having experienced the benefit of the passage of ADA. For myself, it's quite an honor to be chairing this commission, especially when I think of some of the people that have been that are currently on the commission and people that have served on it in the past. People with tremendous history and legacy, leading the state, leading the nation, and the fulfillment of the promise of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So, as a mere youngster at the age of 15, as a person with a disability, it's an honor to be here leading this commission and working with all of you, and quite frankly, learning from the other members of this commission. Each of you sort of bring your own perspective that I benefit from learning from in all the work that I do. in the area of disability access, inclusion, and universal design. So it's a true honor and privilege to serve this state and to serve alongside of you here on this commission as we all work together. And the way I like to think of it is sort of destigmatizing things or taking the othering out of this conversation. What the work we do, the access we try to perpetuate, we try to realize, it's not about other people or serving different groups. It's about serving humanity so that we all can come together and all can contribute our best gifts, our best talents, participate in society, and for us all really to live in that space together and share in the joy and all the aspects of that shared space together. So thanks for everybody's participation and full engagement in this commission. And thank you for this work we do for our state. And I look forward to continue our work together. Speaking of which, it's time to move on, I think. So, yeah, sorry, I got to catch up with my agenda. Item 5. Okay, expiration of the Senate Bill 189, the Beckley-Keene Open Assembly Act. So I'll turn it over to our Executive Director, April Dawson.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. I just wanted to update the commission on how we are complying with Beckley-Keene in light of some recent changes to the law. So as Chair Commissioner Downey alluded to, Senate Bill 189 expired on June 30th, 2023, and that suspended the teleconferencing requirements in Beckley-Keene. And as of July 1st, the commission, the state boards and commissions that are under Beckley-Keene's jurisdiction went back to the pre-COVID, pre-Senate Bill 189 rules. There is a bill that is currently moving through the legislature, SB 544, that would bring back some of the flexibility related to teleconferencing. So not listing remote locations, things like that. But what I can share with you is that because CCDA is considered an advisory body, we have some flexibility in our teleconferencing requirements. And so starting with our August meetings, if you are attending virtually, you will be able to attend virtually without having to list your remote location or without having to invite members of the public into that space. We will still continue, obviously, to be hybrid and involve members of the public at our Sacramento or Los Angeles main public locations when we are either in Sacramento or in Los Angeles, and we will continue to offer our hybrid option. But for those commissioners who need to attend virtually, as long as we have a quorum in person, so we must have a quorum at the physical location that's listed on the agenda. And so as long as we have a quorum in person at the physical location listed on the agenda, we will be allowed, because we're an advisory body under Beckley-Keene, we will be allowed to have virtual participation from commissioners without having to list your remote location or host at your remote locations members of the public. And if you have any questions, we also have our legal counsel here who could answer some high level questions. But I just wanted to share that that will allow our commission to have greater flexibility since we are a commission that has people with disabilities and people without disabilities and people with lots of different needs. This will allow us the flexibility to continue doing our work while ensuring public has access to us. So I just wanted to share that that is, starting with our August meetings, how we're going to be complying with Beckley-Keene in regards to the teleconferencing. I also want to mention that those keep watch for the quorum emails still. Those are still very important when staff sends them out. You will still have to let staff know whether or not you are going to be virtual, because what will happen is that we do have to list the names of the commissioners that are going to be virtual at the meetings. And we still have to make sure that we are maintaining a quorum at the physical location. So we won't be listing the remote locations anymore, but we'll be listing the names of the commissioners that are going to be virtual for each meeting. So just continue to respond to the quorum emails timely by staff. Thank you. And I'll leave it to questions.
This is. Oh, there we go. Speaking of accessibility, it's really great if the button could feel different when it's on versus feeling off. So instead of the inaccessible green light and red light that I hear about. But I do want to thank you, Executive Director Dawson, for that summary and for the work you've been doing to advance that issue, which really is a critical issue for us. I do want to raise an issue and perhaps a question about our subcommittee meetings and establishing a quorum. It's still important, if I understand this correctly, that if you're a committee member meeting remotely, for you to count towards the quorum, it's just at that case, you need to be at a publicly noticed location. Is that correct?
So the virtual members will not count towards quorum, but they will have the ability to vote under the advisory requirements that we are under. So we'll be able to, the virtual members will be able to be voting members, but they won't count towards the quorum. That's why it's important that for both full commission and subcommittees, we since all of those are subject to Bagley-Keene, we have to make sure that we have a quorum at the main physical location.
Sorry. That's the reason I'm asking that is before the COVID experience, when we had our subcommittee meetings, members of the committee that were meeting remotely at a publicly noticed location, that counted, if I'm not mistaken, as a voting, would add to the quorum. There wasn't a requirement that the quorum be established in person. It was if you were at a publicly noticed accessible location that it counted towards the quorum. So if that's not been established, I would ask you to get clarification on that.
Comran, are you on the call? Would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, this is Comran. I'm the attorney for DGS that advises CCDA. I think you're referring to subcommittee meetings, and that would not require the same quorum at a physical location to be established at a primary location. So it would be consistent with how it was done before COVID.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the commission joining us remotely?
Yeah, this is Commissioner El Hassan. I have a question in regards to, I know there's a couple of bills and I think I saw one. I don't know if it's passed or not in regards to actually allowing members who are doing virtually to be counted as part of the quorum. Because I know when I'm on my commission at the LA County Commission on Public Social Services, virtual members are counted as part of the quorum. That's kind of confusing to me. Is the county have different standards than the state?
This is Comran again. The county is governed by a different set of rules called the Brown Act. It's kind of their version of the Bagley-Keene Act, so I'm not totally familiar with what their requirements for quorum would be. The rules we're kind of dealing with are a different set under Bagley-Keene. So they have probably different rules for establishing quorum remotely.
I see. Okay. So are there any current legislation that is up for approval in the near future?
I believe that was the SB 544 that April mentioned, right? I think that'll be discussed a little bit later too in the meeting.
That's the only one though. That's
as far as I'm aware.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner El Hassan, Dr. El Hassan. Are there any other commissioners joining us virtually that would like to address this item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Thank you. Are there any members of the commission here in person that would like to raise a question or address this item?
Thank you, Chairman. This is Commissioner Shapiro. I'm just trying to make sure I understand because different things were said in different orders. My subcommittee, I think, has only 4 members. So a quorum, if I understand correctly, would require 2 or 3 people to be physically present, or the people coming in remotely would need to be in a published and accessible location to count in the quorum for the subcommittee meeting. Is that right? Or can
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
or a person coming in remotely, not from a disclosed public accessible location, they can vote, but they can't count in the quorum. And if you got 4, you got to have 3, I think. Is that right?
So for now, subcommittees can meet as they were before COVID. They could attend remotely. They wouldn't need that primary physical location quorum. And then voting would still be able to occur remotely.
I'm sorry, I wasn't on the commission before COVID, so I don't know what the rules were then. The part where I'm getting a little lost is in order to be counted as in the quorum from a remote location, does that have to be a publicly noticed and accessible location, or can a person be counted as part of the quorum remotely, even if the location is not disclosed?
The latter.
Thank you.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. Any other comments from or questions from members of the commission? Okay, hearing none. Are there any questions or comments from members of the public joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Thank you. Have any members of the public joined us in person here in Sacramento? Here's no. So we'll move on. We'll move on to the agenda item number 6. Subcommittee reports. So I'll start off with the executive committee report on that. Again, this is Chair Commissioner Downey. The executive committee is a primary focus that we're working on now is our continued work on the bylaws for the California Commission on Disability Access. That work is ongoing. And also we had our last month we had, so no, it was earlier this month, 2 weeks ago, we had our executive committee, which I was unable to attend. So I'll turn it over to our vice chair, Brian Holloway, to see if he has any comments to share from the executive committee meeting a couple weeks ago.
Thank you, Chair Downey, and thank you for the opportunity to chair that particular committee. I felt I did better this time than the previous time, so thank you for the opportunity to practice a bit. We had a very busy executive committee meeting last month, and it was really, we had a number of items. It was kind of the Executive Director April Dawson show, because we had a number of reports that she provided us all the details on. Obviously, she gave us an update of her Executive Director report. We got an explanation of upcoming social media opportunities for CCDA and how we're going to be doing more outreach through electronic information provision. We got a quick update on the bylaws, and we heard a report on the Assembly Bill 2917. We talked about website accessibility, business compliance, and we also heard about more progress on the accessible parking campaign toolkit. And then we also received a very detailed update on the upcoming listening forums that we're going to be conducting later this year. And that pretty much concludes the highlights of our executive committee meeting.
Thank you, Vice. Oh,
There we go. You're on.
there we go. We'll get this down. Thank you. This is Chair Commissioner Downey. Thank you, Vice Chair Brian Holloway, for that report on the Executive Committee meeting hearing a couple weeks ago. From there, we'll move on to the Education and Outreach Committee, and I'd like to turn it over to the chair of that subcommittee, Commissioner Dr. El Hassan.
Thank you, Chair Downey. Hello, everyone. And what we talked about was basically CCDA participating in the social media pilot with DGS Office of Public Affairs, where CCDA will be given a Facebook and Instagram account with the possibility of adding a YouTube channel in the future. The Education Outreach and Committee will give suggestions for content at our August meeting, and the pilot will roll out in the fall. We also talked about outreach and in regards to the high litigation funds and our role. And we also discussed Assembly Bill 2917 and how we would support in the outreach, education outreach in that area. We continue to talk about getting information out to the business in regards to business checklist and how we can provide that and also get more access of information through our listening forums. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. El Hassan. Next, we'll turn to the Checklist Committee led by its chair, Commissioner Drake Dillard.
Thank you, Chair. The checklist committee did not have a meeting in June due to members being on vacation as well as summer break. But the upcoming meeting in September, the committee will review the latest draft of the accessible parking toolkit, and we will make a recommendation back to the full commission at that time. We have had several updates in terms of comments made. So at that particular meeting in September, we expect to review that and then hopefully put together a more final presentation for our upcoming meeting in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Drake Dillard, for that report. From there, we'll move on to the Legislative Committee and a report from its chair, Commissioner Scott Lillibridge.
Thank you, Chair Downey. It was our pleasure last Legislative Committee session to welcome our newest committee member, which is Commissioner Shapiro. So once again, we have another person smarter than I on the committee, and we were happy to welcome her, and she asked lots of great questions, and I love people that ask questions, especially really smart questions. So welcome again, Commissioner Shapiro. We are obviously always tracking continued legislation that's being considered, especially that legislation that affects our mission and what we do in educating and informing the legislature on all issues having to do with the ADA. So that's something that's ongoing and doesn't change. Last session, Executive Director April Dawson did mention some status on a new administrative order that it will deal with how we communicate, the protocols in which we communicate with our DGS legislative affairs on all upcoming legislation. And fortunately, by our next commission hearing, April will provide us with not only an update, but some training on how we can abide by that new legislative order. So stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott Lillibridge, for that report. So with that, I'll turn it over to see if there are any comments or questions from members of the commission joining us virtually.
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from members of the commission here in person? Hearing none, are there any comments from members of the public joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there is no indication in the chat.
And back to the ghost in the room. Any members of the public here in person that would like to address this item? Okay. Thank you, Operations Managers, Bill McFall. So with that, we'll move on then to item number 7, I believe it is, the Executive Director Report. And for that, I'll turn it over to our Executive Director, April Dawson.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the part of the meeting where I talk about administrative and programmatic concerns of the commission and talk about what the staff and management has been up to, and also talk about just some of the more operational and programmatic aspects of how we're running our commission. So on the screen, you have a printed copy of what I'm going to verbalize, and there are no images. So for the first administrative update, that was a prior agenda item that about Bagley Keene. And when I wrote this executive director report, we had not gotten our updated guidance yet. So it's actually outdated. So I'm not going to read through that. I think we covered that in the prior agenda item. I wanted to just thank everyone on the commission for their patience as staff continues to contact commissioners to update reappointment paperwork and check in about Form 700s and ethics training requirements. We recently updated our onboarding procedures in collaboration with DGS. And so there's some onboarding procedures that we need to make sure gets done every time someone is newly appointed or reappointed to the commission. And seeing as though we were very unique in our leadership in that the program, the operations manager and the executive director came on at similar times. And so we had to get up to speed on the processes. And so now that I'm up to speed on our processes of what we need to do when commissioners are appointed or reappointed, we're having to go back and make sure some paperwork's being done. And so thank you for responding to those. And if you have any questions, you can just reach out to me. We hope to have that finalized by this week or next week to have all of that done, so that we won't be sending you those emails and tell us the next time to send you the emails. So thank you for being great with our staff when they email you about that. I wanted to share also in terms of commissioner vacancies, we currently have a commissioner vacancy for a governor appointee representing the disability community's interest. There is a candidate moving through the appointments process who has not been identified publicly. And we wish that person the best of luck and hope that they're able to join us very soon and join. And, so the Commissioner Shapiro, she has a friend in being the newest one. And all of our reappointments have gone through in our current, so we don't have any outstanding reappointments. Staff updates, we still have 2 unfilled positions, but Operations Manager McFall and I are going to be making some decisions within the next week or 2 about how to fill our office tech open position and our AGPA/SSA position. And one of the things that I do at every meeting, I don't go through the list, but I always give the highlights of the meetings that I attend just for transparency, so that because I'm a public official, everybody knows that they have access to me and that it's out there in the public who I have meetings with. So I continue to have monthly meetings with Chair Downey, which I think are very productive. I also, since our last meeting, I've had regular meetings with Vice Chair Holloway. I've also had the opportunity to meet with Commissioner Conway and Commissioner Dillard. I have a monthly standing meeting with Commissioner Clair and sometimes her DSA staff, such as Eric, who is here. Also Commissioner Shapiro, Dr. L. Hessen, Commissioner Ramirez, and Commissioner Lemus. And if there's, and I'm going to be circling back, if there are people who on the commission who I haven't had a chance to meet with, I'd love to get something on the calendar with you. I also have regular meetings on a monthly basis with our deputy, Brent Jameson, who is in the Interagency Support Division. That is from the administrative side of things, that is the DGS department that is the DGS division that CCDA is nested in. And he's the liaison, helps me liaise between the commission and DGS and helps me raise issues that are important to the commission that require administrative support, such as like our social media policy or our legislative policy, for example. And I had the pleasure of attending the Certified Access Specialist Institute conference in Elk Grove, and I did a lot of networking at that event. And I got to see Bill Zellmer, who will be speaking later. He's in the audience. And I also gave a presentation last month to CivicWell. CivicWell is an organization that used to be under a different name. It used to be called the LGC, the Local Government Commission. And CivicWell really, it brings together a lot of municipal leaders to talk about placemaking issues such as climate change or development or other things. And they invited me to talk about CCDA and the work we do with business access. And it was a wonderful experience. We also have had the pleasure of engaging with Senator Ross' office and Senator Ochoa Bogue's office about CCDA and what we do, as well as Assembly Member Haney's office and Senator Nielo's office. So we have been getting out there with our legislative partners, letting the legislature know that we have the ability to give them technical assistance when we partner with our Office of Legislative Affairs. And I also just wanted to share that I also continue to have meetings with community partners such as the Pacific ADA Center. We also provided some technical assistance recently to Visit California so that they could improve the way that they educate, particularly their hotel and motel lodging partners about how to increase access for people with disabilities. And they're interested in doing more work with us at Visit California. If you've seen the ads with the sort of like the surfers and like, I think it's like Jennifer Aniston and a couple other famous people doing those Visit California ads. They want to make sure they're incorporating disability access into the way that they do their analytics about travel and integrate information for their partners. And so really excited about that. And I'll be speaking later in the agenda about our work with the city of San Jose and our listening forums, because that requires a little bit more of a robust discussion. But I just wanted to thank everyone for their time. And with that, that is my report. There are other things that we're working on that will be covered at different parts of the agenda that I can expand upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director April Dawson. So are there any comments from members of the commission joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Thank you. Are there any comments from members of the commission here in person in Sacramento? Thank you. Hearing none, are there any members of the public joining us virtually that would like to address this item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Okay. Finally, are there any members of the public here in person that would like to address this item? Thank you. It appears that there's no further comment on this agenda item, so we'll move on to agenda item number 8. And that's our CCDA's bylaw review. So I'll turn it over again to our Executive Director, April Dawson.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. This is April. I just wanted to share a high-level overview of where we are at with the bylaw revisions and what the plan is. So the reason why we are doing this, why are we doing this? Well, the executive committee, as well as the full commission, made a commitment to itself a few years ago that every 2 years, our bylaws would be reviewed. So they were last reviewed and revised in 2021. And believe it or not, it's already 2023. The executive committee is the committee that is tasked with reviewing the bylaws in collaboration with staff and determining what needs to be revised and then making those recommendations to the full commission. So at the July executive committee meeting, we presented a high-level summary that was put together by our AGPA, Abigail Ridge, in collaboration with me. So thank you, Abby, for your hard work on this, that we we presented a high level conversation, which I'll do now, about staff recommendations for what should be revised in the bylaws, just to get our juices flowing and thinking about what we need to do. And then at our October meeting, we're going to take the feedback from our executive committee meeting as well as today's meeting to actually present some track changes and work through as sort of a working agenda item, some of the actual changes that need to be made, and give the commission a chance to read what it was before and what the proposed changes are now. And then at the January meeting, there's an expectation that there be that we have it ready to be put up to a vote to incorporate the revisions. And so there's a couple of things that staff identified as needing to be done with the bylaws. We need to update the government code. So just as an overview, our current bylaws have 10 sections. And so the first section regarding our name and authorization, our current bylaws are outdated in the government codes that apply to us. In particular, the fact that we merged with DGS in 2017. So it's important that as the guiding bylaws of how we the government's document of how we conduct our work should be accurate with the government code sections of what we do. Also, we need to, again, update our duties and functions, update the overview of CCDA and the government codes that apply to us, because they're currently a little outdated, and we need to add more about the annual report and some of the other things that we're mandated to do legislatively that we weren't mandated to do when the bylaws were last revised. We also need to make sure under our membership section that we talk more about the public membership stakeholders and what that means, specify terms of office, and talk more about who the appointment authorities are, and the more of a detailed overview of our appointed membership. Also, we need to make sure that currently our bylaws are a little sparse about what each of our officers do. What does the vice chair do, the chair, the immediate past chair's duties? What are the appointed members' duties? And also for our subcommittees, what are those officers' specific duties? Making sure we're fleshing that out better. We also want to speak more to our executive committee's purpose, just so that it's stated in the bylaws. And also talk more about the rules of how we govern ourselves. So we need to update Bagley-Keene, because that continues to evolve, as well as Robert's Rules of Order. And we need to make sure that we're differentiating and clarifying. Right now, our current bylaws talk a little bit about standing, ad hoc, and subcommittee. And it doesn't really match the nomenclature of how we describe ourselves, because bylaws should be documents that, accurately describe how we see ourselves. And so we need to talk about, changing some of the wording, particularly around standing and subcommittee and ad hoc, and clarifying some of those differences and taking out phrases that may no longer apply. And then we're also going to be making sure that we are clarifying how we run our meetings. We won't get too into the weeds, because obviously bylaws are meant to be an overarching government document, but we are going to point to important aspects of how we run our meetings that will continue. And also, we're suggesting that we remove Section 9 because it's a repeat of Section 6. And also, we need to add a process for amendments. We're also going to be adding in one of the sections a little bit about how the executive director interacts with the commission, and what the executive director's role is, and how she's appointed, and how she interacts with the commission. And so we're going to be just reordering some sections. And so at the next meeting, we will make these we'll make these revisions, and you'll have a more deeper dive into them at the October meeting. And then a vote will be taken, if it's ready, it should be at the January meeting. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you, Executive Director April Dawson, for that report. Are there any questions from commissioners joining us virtually today?
This is Commissioner Elhassan. Excuse me. So under our subcommittees, we're going to be actually adding more information in regards to our function and duties so that as new members come on, they will have an understanding of what each subcommittee does if they, as far as being part of, because I know that when I first came on, I wasn't quite clear on our scope and our outreach. I learned as I started going through the process. So I wanted to ask that question. Are we going to be elaborating more on that?
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Earl Hessen. Yes, absolutely. The current bylaws, you're right, that's feedback we received, that there wasn't very clear what each of our committees were and what their purpose was. And so we'll be able to expand upon those that's in that section.
That's great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. Are there any other comments from members of the commission joining us virtually? Hearing none, we'll move on to members of the commission joining us in person. Are there any comments from commissioners? Hearing none, we'll move on to members of the public joining us virtually.
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Finally, then we'll move on to members of the public here in person in Sacramento. Do you have any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 9, and that's a discussion on accessibility in California healthcare facilities. And for the introduction of our speaker, I'll turn it over to the California Commission on Disability Access Operations Manager, Bill McFall.
I don't think it's on, Bill.
So, sorry,
I don't think
it's
the mic's on.
correct. It's not on. Be good. Do you have a mic there? No. Check. You're on.
Okay, is that working? You can hear me through the microphone? All right, so let me try that again. Bill Zellmer with Sutter Health. I'm an architect and certified access specialist. So hopefully we may have another technical glitch or two. I'm going to share screen and share slide presentation. I've got about 45 minutes worth of material to go through regarding healthcare access and people with disabilities. I did bring with me today another member of our staff, Burnett Allen. I wanted to introduce. She's instrumental in helping me do all the stuff that we do at Sutter Health for accessibility. So I'm going to share screen. I've got a couple of videos I'm going to share, so it's important that we share sound. So I want to do this right.
Hey, Bill, this is Presley. If you could just
Yes.
speak a little closer to the mic, please. We're having a little hard time hearing virtually.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Okay, so the way, okay. So got a lot of different material I want to cover today about accessibility regarding access to healthcare facilities. So let me do a little bit more introduction so that you know who I am. So I used to work at OSHPD as a plan checker, so I'm kind of a building code guy, specifically about hospitals and clinics, outpatient services, and accessibility compliance. I've kind of come to accessibility through the back door of being a building code guy. Now, my experience that's shown on screen in my bio shows all these things that I've done, but it's not really who I am. Who I am is somebody who inherently is a consensus builder. In my perfect world, I would pull together the people on this side and that side and try to come to a consensus of what we can do that everybody is happy with. And as you know, the accessibility world has a lot of stuff that a lot of people say argue about, but there are different interpretations of what it should and shouldn't be. So I'm involved in quite a few committees, including CCDA on the checklist committee. I'm involved at the Building Standards Commission on a couple of the what are they called committees? The Code Advisory Committees. Thank you. I'm on the committee. I just don't know what it's called. So I'm on both the Healthcare Advisory Committee and the Accessibility Advisory Committee. What else? That's enough about me. Let me explain a little bit about why I'm here on behalf of Sutter Health. So a little bit of backstory. Sutter Health was sued for lack of ADA compliance about 15 years ago. So this was a pretty large class action lawsuit. Sutter Health is Northern California. We have 24 hospitals and 300 and some odd outpatient clinics. It took us a good 12 years to go through updating all of our facilities. We were sued by DRA out of Berkeley, was representing the plaintiffs. They've also, prior to our lawsuit, sued Kaiser, kind of at the same time frame. Dignity was under a similar class action lawsuit. So 3 of the major healthcare providers in California have gone through these class action lawsuits. Coming out on the other end of it, we're not all done yet, but we're getting better at it. What I want to share with you and what I'm hoping we can do today is, as I share this with you all, you can take pieces and parts of this and share this in your world to others so that we all get a little bit better at this. So let me give you a sense of where we're going to go today. I've got 3 basic parts to the presentation. The first is about why healthcare is a little bit different. The second is medical design best practices. And then the third is special situations in healthcare, which is more about just a little bit of show and tell. So on this first item, the why healthcare is a little bit different. So in our world, I've worked as an architect a number of different types of projects. Healthcare is a little different than a restaurant or shopping center because of the transfer. When a patient comes in a wheelchair in a restaurant, you don't transfer them out of the wheelchair and then back again. In healthcare, we do that all the time. And if it's not obvious, that's the point at which it's dangerous. A patient that falls out of the wheelchair or is dropped, it's kind of a big deal. It is a dangerous thing. And that's kind of what makes this different. But it is also so much more than that. So I want to share a couple of videos. And hopefully the technology will work for me here. So this first video. So these are videos that I found online. It's not a Sutter Health thing. But the first video that I'm going to share is doing the transfer in the context of a healthcare environment. The transfer by healthcare personnel, this is sort of their default to use a Hoyer lift. A couple things I want to have you pay attention to is the amount of space that's needed for this to occur. Now, I'm not going to share the whole video. I will share a minute or 2 of it, and I think you'll get the sense of this.
Now it's time for me to show you how to connect the sling to the 6-point spreader bar. The 6-point spreader bar uses slings that have 3 straps or 4 straps on each side. We apply the sling very much the same way as the sling we saw in the past, by stepping behind the patient, tucking the sling down until you feel your fingertips touching the wheelchair surface. Bring the leg straps around the hips, under the legs. For this transfer, we're going to go ahead and sit the patient up. And we step over and grab our remote and raise the patient up by pushing the up button on the remote. Everything looks good on the patient. And we raise the patient up out of the chair. So at this point, we can safely move the patient to the next surface.
I'm going to stop the video there. I think you get the sense of what that's all about. Again, there's a certain amount of space that's needed for that to happen. And in our world of architecture and trying to keep down the cost of healthcare, that's the rub. We're trying to keep things a little bit smaller and tighter to make it all affordable. And in so doing, if you make it a little too small, this won't work, and we will have squeezed out the ability to have people with disabilities use our facilities. So that's kind of my role within Sutter Health, is to tell our team, you can't make it any smaller than a certain size. And this is kind of why. Now, I want to make a distinction here. This is a kind of a transfer where the patient is not doing it themselves. This is staff doing it for them. There's a certain dignity in doing things yourself. And when a patient is perfectly capable of transferring, that's what we want to do, is let them do it themselves. So the next video I want to share is that. Now, this is a video that the folks at Midmark, who are manufacturers of the accessible medical equipment, helped me make this a couple of years ago during the COVID era. What this is going to demonstrate is a self-transfer. This happens to be a Sutter clinic in Folsom, California. So as you approach the exam room door, that's me in the video. The door is feather light. I can move the door with my pinky, which is an important big deal. I'll spare you a big part of the video and jump to the part that I want to share with you. There's a certain amount of size required by code. I'm going to pause the video here. This element we have on the floor is trying to demonstrate this is the code required 3-foot aisle alongside of the exam table. And you're probably more familiar with the turning circle that code requires. So, sorry, jumping on the video. Okay, so we have our actor portraying a wheelchair user, turns around appropriately on the turning circle in the room, and then it's going to transfer to the exam table. So what you see here is the new generation modern exam table, which starts out looking like a chair. The important piece is that the height of the chair is about the same height of the wheelchair seat, which makes the transfer so much easier. And then the patient will transfer to the, so this is an actor, he's struggling with making this happen because he's not used to it. As the transfer occurs, then I'm going to fast forward a little bit. The exam chair then will go up to the height that the medical provider needs the equipment to be set at, and it will lay down flat and be an exam table rather than an exam chair. You'll notice the arms swing up and out of the way as needed. And this is just a giant leap forward in the medical world in making facilities more accessible. So I'm going to stop the video at that point. And then there's a third video I want to share with you that is more about the practice of medicine and communicating than it is about the architecture. So this video was prepared by the University of Chicago in Illinois. I'm going to run through pretty much the whole 5-minute video. I think you'll find this pretty interesting. It's all about communication.
University of Illinois at Chicago and Access Living present People with disabilities speak out on healthcare disparities.
Communication.
My name is Edwin. I'm 53 years old and I've been totally blind for 40 years.
As part of a research study on healthcare disparities, we interviewed 87 people with disabilities who use Medicaid about their healthcare experiences. They identified poor communication with healthcare providers as a major problem.
One of the things I hope that comes out of this study is educating professionals about privacy issues and about addressing people with disabilities directly.
Privacy and confidentiality can be violated when accessible communication formats are unavailable.
When going to medical facilities, and that's ask, why are you here alone? Isn't there someone that can help you? And I've learned in 40 years purposely to go alone, because if you go with someone, they don't talk to you. They totally ignore you. If I take a friend, all of a sudden the friend is the patient, not me. And I'm concerned about two things, privacy and medical offices. When I go there alone, they go in a panic and they need someone on the staff to help me fill out this paperwork, which is usually 4 or 5 pages of stuff. And they find someone, maybe the janitor or someone, to fill out this paperwork for me. And they want to do it in the middle of the waiting room with dozens of other people. And they're asking you things that are very private about your family. Have you ever had VD? Do you have AIDS? Are you sexually active? Things that you don't want to talk about in front of these strangers.
Of the people who needed it, 58% said they'd never or only sometimes get health information in accessible formats. Accessible formats include Braille, large print, electronic or screen-readable formats, and sign language interpreters.
I'm just going to give a short story to conclude. I went into a doctor's office because I had sciatica. And like I said, the first thing I came across was having to answer all these questions in the waiting room. Then I
So this is kind of obvious. The video froze for whatever reason. I think the point has been made, though. I think I can stop it at this juncture and move on. Hit the right button here, though. I'm going to reconnect to the system here. Give us just a moment. While that's occurring, make sure I'm speaking through the microphone. So I hope the video was clear. The audio had people in the audience that were talking, and you may have not heard it, but essentially the gentleman that was being interviewed was explaining that as somebody who's blind, who goes to get medical treatment, the minute he brings somebody, a family member, whomever, to assist, suddenly the medical professionals, and we need to get better at this, starts talking to the assistant or the family member rather than the actual patient. And that's just wrong. So we're trying to get better at that. We are trying to train our people, and I know others in the industry are doing the same. The privacy thing, I'm sure you can appreciate. If you're in the waiting room and they ask you to fill out this form and walk through it verbally, there's a serious lack of privacy. So I'm stalling while we connect back up. Okay, are we good?
Connected, yeah.
Okay, so that portion is the why healthcare is a little bit different piece. I'm going to move on to the next piece of this in just a moment, which is lessons that we've learned through going through 12 years of renovating our buildings. And these were top to bottom renovations. Sorry, I'm going to set the microphone stand down here. We did everything from completely redoing our signage to our elevators and our ramps and our healthcare medical provider rooms. Very exhaustive renovation projects. So I'm going to continue ad-libbing here for just a minute longer. So Abigail is helping make this all work, part of CCDA staff. So let me give you a little bit of backstory on this. We had, again, 24 hospitals, 300 outpatient clinics. This took us, it was supposed to be a 10-year project. 10 years is the legal arrangement that we had with DRA. We do 9 years and 6 months and realized we're not going to be done in 10 years. So it extended and then extended again. That was one piece of it. That's the architecture. Separate from that is a part of the lawsuit that was about replacing our medical equipment so that we get equipment in our hospitals and our medical facilities that is usable to people with disabilities. So that was a second piece. There's a third piece to the lawsuit, which was all about the policies and procedures. Now that's kind of out of my world, but that's what this last video was speaking to. It also gets into the world of animals. Are you allowed to have a seeing eye dog or other, the term escapes me now, but the service animal, thank you, service animal in a facility. We just had questions on that earlier this week about setting up the guidelines. In this case, it was somebody who'd brought their dog with them and in radiology. So is that okay? Is that not okay? We had to run it up the flagpole and see what the rule is on that. What we determined was there's not a issue medically. The one caveat in this case was that the animal has to be under the control of the owner. In this case, the owner said, go sit in the corner. The dog went and sat in the corner. We went on with the radiology. If it's not obvious, the issue could be our staff are not babysitters. They're taking care of somebody else's animal while they're supposed to be doing radiology work. So that's the rub. Being human, I'm sure you can appreciate many times when that occurs, one of the staff members will jump up and volunteer and say, I'd be happy to take care of the dog while you get your radiology done. That probably happens more often than not. So we're still trying to reconnect to the video. Let's see if I can remember what it was I was going to share.
Bill, this is April.
April.
While you're waiting for the tech, it might be helpful to, I know you were going to talk about the public comment that we had received and why we invited you to, that might be helpful and I could help also with that.
Yeah, so a month or two ago, we had a caller on one of the calls I was attending virtually, and I heard, so I can't remember it super clearly, but what I remember is the lady that called in was very upset, and she was relaying some lack of communication. And one of the many issues is that in the healthcare arena, we're talking about very technical stuff. For somebody to try to communicate through American Sign Language may not capture all of what a doctor is saying and all of the medications that may be involved. I can't imagine how they would communicate that clearly. So it's a real serious challenge. I know on our end, what we do, we have video relay services. A particular service that we use is called CART. And I don't remember what CART stands for at this point, but it's a video relay. But it is flat out a very difficult problem to solve, communicating with people about highly technical issues. is tricky. So April, was there a piece of this that you wanted to speak to?
That's really helpful, Bill. Thank you. And so the commission, after they heard this woman's experience, asked me to make sure that we had someone from the healthcare field come and talk about what, if anything, there is if there was an intersection between what CCDA does and also what healthcare facilities are about. And I'll just say one more sentence because we have our PowerPoint presentation back up, but this is April. I just wanted to share that we invited Bill to as a follow-up to really respond to that person because it really touched the commission. And even though the commission does not deal with healthcare specifically in our legislative purview, we do work with small businesses, and many times doctors' offices are run by people who are also small business owners, who are the doctors running their own facilities. So even though Bill is at a facility, we thought we could also have him kind of speak to just the medical field and how disability interacts with that, and then have a discussion later about how CCDA might be able to help with the interaction between small business and healthcare. Sorry about that. Thank you, Bill.
So let me just throw out a feeler on this. One of the issues that I've run into recently, it gets kind of involved, but it is outpatient surgery clinics. There's a typical medical checklist that you're eligible to get this outpatient surgery if you meet all of these things on the checklist. One of those things on the checklist is you need to be ambulatory. So that's a serious question. I know it's gone to the Department of Justice in at least one case that I'm aware of in Arizona. For what is completely understandable reasons to me, I get that if a patient shows up and is, say, 400 or 500 pounds and can't move themselves to the exam table, staff won't be able to do that for them, maybe. So they're not set up for that in an outpatient setting. This is not in the hospital in this case. So how do you work those things out is a pretty significant and complicated legal question. So maybe the CCDA could help work through some of that. So I'm going to go back to the presentation. I'll try to account for the time and kind of keep us on track. So the second piece that I want to cover here then is medical design best practices. These are just my thoughts in 5 or 6 or 7 areas that we can do better at. I want to share that with you all, and maybe you folks can share some of these things with others in your work world. The first one is accessible medical equipment. So this is a biggie. If I had limited amount of money to spend, this is what I would spend it on. Accessible medical equipment makes all the difference, in particular to a wheelchair user, to receive medical service, medical treatment at all. They need to be up on the medical equipment, up on the CT scan, up on the MRI machine, or the exam table. This is a make or break deal. Big important thing. The top of the graphics, I've kind of grabbed a few graphics from the U.S. Access Board has created a document about accessible medical equipment. And what it effectively does, it defines what that is. It sets a standard, and largely what it boils down to is that seat needs to come down to a height so that somebody who's a wheelchair user can transfer on and off of the medical equipment. So that's item number 1, a lesson learned, best practice, get accessible medical equipment. The second thing, as an architect, I know we've got to keep this in mind. Design for left side and right side bias. We all know some people are left-handed and right-handed. When it comes to people with disabilities, some find it far easier to get on and off their wheelchair on the left side and others on the right side. When we set up our medical exam rooms, we want to account for that. Kind of a big deal. The third thing is designing for as much room as possible at the transfer areas. So part of the purpose of showing those videos was to demonstrate a certain amount of room is necessary. Now, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but the architects and the building owners are the ones that really need to hear this, as we're trying to keep down the cost of healthcare. There is a sweet spot where you're providing something that's big enough that it works for people with disabilities, but not so big that it breaks the bank. Now, being an architect, I can't help but share with you some floor plans. So we've got a couple of the Sutter Health standard floor plans just to give you a sense of this. So this first one is a general exam room. It's about 114 square feet. We have, coming from the right-hand side, we have a sliding door rather than a swinging door, which saves us a little bit of space. The patient will come in from the right-hand side in this case, and then go to one of these three areas that we're providing in the room for that transfer to occur so they can get on and off of the exam chair. Another example of this is the stress test room, a little bit more complicated. So the patient in this case will come in from the right side door, queue up, and then go on and off of the treadmill. So on the treadmill, the patient will get their heart rate up. Then kind of quickly, they need to get off of the treadmill and get up and onto the echo table where the medical professionals will take your heart rate and the other things that medical professionals do. The reason I'm sharing this one, there's a certain amount of space that's needed. I know a lot of architects and design professionals will want to remodel a room that was an exam room and make it one of these. And that really isn't going to work. It needs to be a little bit bigger than a general exam room is. So this one, just for reference, is closer to 12 feet by 16 feet. It's maybe 50% larger than a general exam room. That space is needed so that we can, again, have left side or right side access to the echo table. Now, I want to be clear. We get that a wheelchair user probably is not going to get up on the treadmill, okay? But that doesn't describe all people with mobility disabilities. Some folks are using a walker and very well may use the treadmill. And they need this space to get on and off of the equipment. So we want to just, as architects, as building owners, provide that kind of space. Now, putting it all together, again, as an architect, I can't help myself but share this. As we try to keep the cost of healthcare down, all of this stuff adds up. So if we provide an oversized exam room, and then you provide a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, the increase in size does add up. So that's why we're trying to limit just how big we make each of these. So that is that piece of it. I'm going to move on then to weighing patients. So this is more complicated than one might guess at first glance. There are significant privacy and dignity issues involved here. When weighing a patient, a lot of folks think the wheelchair scale solves everything. And it really doesn't. It might, but it's a complicated sort of thing. So I'm sure you could appreciate it if the wheelchair user comes in and doesn't know the weight of their wheelchair. How do we weigh them? When we roll them up on the wheelchair scale, we're going to capture the weight of the wheelchair plus patient. We have to separate the two, and that's where that transfer occurs. You have to have a place that you would transfer the patient, and there you have a danger of a patient drop or a fall and an injury. So we want to minimize that. We want to design it right. And by the way, we don't want to put these out in the corridor where there's that lack of privacy. Some people get a little touchy about how much they weigh. So this really ought to, in a first-class environment, occur in a private environment. To that end, I'm a big fan of this integrated scale. That very same new generation exam chair is outfitted with an add-on that you can buy for whatever it costs, $8,000 or $10,000. And it's an additional element that weighs the patient while they're on the exam chair. So rather than transferring them multiple times, once to get their weight and then once to do the exam, what we can do is just transfer the one time and do this in the patient room where it's a private environment. So that's another best practice. Another thing, this is not rocket science, but it's important. Get rid of the clutter. Best practice, and this is a constant, ongoing challenge in the healthcare arena. I suppose like anywhere else, we have all kinds of different people, and some of them, they don't see any harm in bringing another chair in the room. Maybe a family member needs a chair, they bring in another chair, and then the chair just stays there. Well, if you put too many chairs in the room, too many trash cans, and by the way, in the healthcare world, trash cans are a constant problem. The trash cans move around. In healthcare, we have multiple trash cans to separate out medical waste from regular waste. Those end up inevitably in the way of the clearances needed for a wheelchair user to get clearance in and around the door and the turning circle that's required for this to really work. So, bottom line, we need to be vigilant on getting rid of the clutter. Next issue here is minimizing curbs and trip hazards. So the issue that we have, and it's built with a lot of irony, I get a lot of contacts internally at Sutter Health about injuries in the parking lot. And guess where the injuries almost always occur? It is at the ADA parking stall, which is why they contact me about, hey, what can we do about this? So I want to walk you through a few examples. This first slide here is just making the point that in my world, flat is good, that we want the patient to get out of the vehicle that they came in and move on a flat surface straight into our facility. It's the curbs and the changes of level that cause the falls, trips, and injuries. So a couple of examples I wanted to share. This one is at our Roseville facility at our hospital. This is a radiology oncology clinic. So the patients that are attending and coming and going are typically a little weak. They've gone through oncology treatment. What's occurring here may not be obvious as the car is in the accessible stall. And by the way, these are absolutely ADA code compliant stalls. It's not compliance to the code that's the problem. The problem is we haven't really thought through all of what occurs. In this case, the driver getting out of the driver's side door is going to step out onto a curb, a very uneven surface that's causing a lot of injuries. I know the photo's a little small, but at the bottom of the screen, the headlight end of the car, for whatever reason, we have a curb there. I went out and looked at it myself. There's an elevation change of about 2 inches. To make that work, our previous folks put a curb in there, and that curb is a source of many trips. So just at this one parking stall, we have multiple locations where people have been injured. We want to get better at that, and more or less the solution is at these locations, we need to provide more room and more space and think through what's it actually going to work like. Next example, again, this is sharing our mistakes, warts and all. This is up in Yuba City, if I recall. So this is a before and after with great irony. The before version is what I would have done. It's a flat environment. You come in from the parking lot and go straight into the door. The interesting thing about this is a physical therapy clinic. So that's a big red flag that this is something where you're going to have a lot of people with mobility disabilities coming in and out. But it wasn't, in all its respects, ADA compliant. So the folks that were here before me thought, well, let's make it ADA compliant. And that project created the curb that's painted red. People going up and down that curb have had multiple falls and multiple injuries. Ultimately, we ended up building a fence on top of that red curb because it was causing so many injuries. Another thing that doesn't show especially well here, but we've had a number of injuries. If you could imagine a wheelchair user in a motorized wheelchair going down a sidewalk parallel to the roadway. And it's an elevation change of about 6 inches between the car area on the road and the elevated walkway. So what has happened on a couple of occasions, the one side of the wheelchair wheel slips off that edge, and then the wheelchair user falls sideways out into the roadway where the cars are. Very dangerous and bad stuff. So in my world, I get that you can't entirely do without this elevation change of curbs. It's going to happen, but I want to minimize that as much as I can in our healthcare environment. The last example I wanted to share, this is up in Auburn at one of our facilities. So there's a single step down. The photo on the left and the photo on the right show the same curb. The one on the left is going downhill. Very hard to see. Even when you paint it a bright yellow, not everybody's going to see that. And what happened in this case, a patient of ours didn't see the step there, fell forward, hit his forehead, and died. Now, these can be very, very serious injuries. So again, my lesson learned in all of our medical facilities, I want to try to minimize curbs in our environment here. So that's all of that. I'm going to move off of the best practices and a little bit of show and tell, special situations in healthcare. I want to check in on time. Are we okay? I've got maybe 10 minutes of material left. Okay. So special situations.
Yes, sorry, I was not being accessible. I was shaking my head, but to be accessible, I will say yes. This is April and we have time.
Thank you, April. All right. So I've got 3 things I wanted to share here. This first one is kind of interesting, doors forced to open. So I get a lot of the ADA complaints at Sutter Health. And one of the biggies, one of the most common, is the force to open a door. The door is too heavy. It's too hard to push. Now, there's a relatively easy answer to this. Then you would put a door opener in, but those are not cheap. Those are $10,000 to $20,000 each. So in a larger facility, we're not likely to put a door opener on every single door. But I want to share with you a little bit more about this particular one. Forward slide. Come on, there we go. So there's a code backstory that you need to know about this. The building code and the ADA standards both have a little bit of a misstep built into them. So the force to open a door by code is 5 pounds. And all the architects out there know it. It's on every architect's set of drawings. 5 pounds maximum to push the door open or to pull it open. And then there's an exception in the code for fire-rated doors. And as many of you can appreciate, in the fire life safety world, we separate buildings with a fire-rated wall so that people on this side are safe from the fire on that side of the firewall. When that occurs and you've got a doorway in the wall, the door needs to pull shut to give you that fire rating and the safety factor. So for that door to pull shut, we put a closer on the door, and it's important that the door pulls all the way and latches the door. So they've built into the code this 15-pound maximum if it's a fire-rated door. Now you can probably sense I'm leaning up to something here. Well, I am. This is a trap. It's a trap that we all have fallen into. I couldn't help but include a little Star Wars. The fish face guy says, it's a trap. So this is a trap. And the lesson learned, don't fall into this trap. So that code allowance for 15 pounds is what's killing us. This puts you in a double jeopardy by code. And what we have done on our projects, all of us do it. We say, oh, well, that's a fire-rated door. We're allowed to go up to 15 pounds. Okay. Well, people with disabilities cannot use that door. It's too heavy. So you've done something that is inherently not in compliance with the ADA law because it's not usable by somebody with a disability. And that's our double jeopardy. So I want to share with you, and I'll be brief as I can, an actual occurrence we had a couple of years ago. We built a brand new high rise in San Francisco, 12 stories, $1 billion project. Brand new. After our lawsuit, we've got all of these checks and balances in place to double and triple check that we are compliant, that we are doing the right thing. It is absolute. We've got people looking over our shoulders who are very good at this, telling us, yep, you're good. You're compliant to the code. So we built a $1 billion building, and after opening it, within 2 months, we received an ADA complaint from a guy who was trapped in a toilet room, couldn't get out because the door was too heavy. We had to come in after the fact, and I'll cut through a couple of quick slides here. The bottom line on this, we had to go in afterwards and add another $2 million of door openers. And it costs a lot more when the facility is now in operation. Hospitals operate 24 hours a day. There's no time at which you can just stop and install some door stuff. It's very tricky. So lesson learned, at certain types of rooms where you've got that fire-rated door thing happening, toilet rooms, doors that are main entry doors, doors to areas that are physical therapy, or an area where you might have somebody who's going to struggle with the door, by all means, put in the door opener when it's still on paper, not after the building's been built. Okay, next thing I wanted to share with you, medical rehab facilities. So this is more show and tell. Most of you have probably not been in a medical rehab facility, but some of you may have. It's a whole other world. It's like a hospital on steroids. So this is designed for longer term rehabbing. And in this context, that's almost always physical rehabilitation, occurring maybe after somebody has been through a horrible car wreck or a motorcycle accident. Along with that frequently goes traumatic brain injuries. So it's not just physical therapy, it's also speech therapy. So this part of the hospital, I'm going to share with you some photos from our Sutter Roseville Rehab Hospital. The heart of it is the gymnasium. This is where we take the patient in and teach them again how to walk up and down stairs, how to get in and out of a car, which is pretty tricky. There's a lot going on just to open a car door, lift your leg up and step inside. Interestingly, if you look up at the ceiling, we have a track that runs around on the ceiling with a trolley and a cable that hangs down so we can put a harness on a patient to keep them safe while we go through the rehab. As I was going through doing this, as you can imagine, the facilitator asked, what is this guy taking pictures in my building here? So I had to explain, I'm with Sutter Health. I'm one of you guys. So then he was more than happy to show me around and answer all my questions. I've got to tell you, this was an emotional experience for me. I've come through this door in accessibility as an architect who's a code guy. I don't have the experience of actually living with a disability, and it was overwhelming to me to see people that were learning how to walk all over again as an adult. It is big, important stuff going on here. So outdoors, we have areas that are set up so that a patient could learn to walk through gravel and across a sidewalk and, do something like pull a chair out and sit down at a picnic table, all of which are surprisingly difficult for somebody who's going through rehabilitation. We also have built into the facility a residential style kitchen so they can learn to go through cooking and cleaning the dishes, the activities of daily living. We've also built in what is more or less like an apartment in the hospital, so a patient can learn what it's like to get in and out of bed before we release them. So again, probably most folks don't get a chance to see this sort of thing. So I just wanted to share with you, this is like accessibility pumped up and on steroids. All of this stuff is set up for people with mobility disabilities. And then there's a whole nother part of this, the speech therapy, which gets very involved in the communication. So I'd asked about that with the director. We have point cards. So a patient that is struggling to communicate can point on the point card to what they're struggling with, whether they're too hot or too cold, or whether they're in pain and whatnot. And these come in multiple languages, which makes a lot of sense. I had never processed that as an architect, that's what we're going to need. So we do, and I'm sure the other healthcare providers do this sort of thing. Last thing I wanted to share with you, a little show and tell, is behavioral health units, otherwise known as psych units in a hospital. Again, most of you probably haven't had a chance to walk through these. So I'm going to share some pictures. One of the things that may not be obvious, psych units and ADA compliance will fight each other at times. They work at cross purposes sometimes. So what I want to show you is what we've done. So in this world, ligature resistance is what it's all about. So if you're not familiar with that term, ligature resistance is something that's designed so that somebody cannot commit suicide with it. So as you can imagine, the grab bars would be the sort of thing that's very dangerous to somebody in a psych unit, and yet we have to provide for ADA compliance. So they have specially designed grab bars that has an element that goes back to the wall, so there is no opening to throw a rope through. We've had to get pretty inventive, but making sure there is no place that somebody could throw a bed sheet over it and do themselves harm. Interestingly, the doors have to have an ADA compliant lever handle. We've got that. This door handle is specially designed again so that there's not a place where you can throw a rope around it. The door is a door within a door. So if the patient blockades the door so that you can't come in to help them, we have the door within the door. So if the door pushes in, you can pull that door within a door outward so they can't block the door and keep you from getting in to help them. And then an area where accessibility doesn't get along well with psych is at this, the telephone. So by code, ADA standards require your phone cord to be long enough that person sitting in a wheelchair could extend it long enough that they could sit in the wheelchair and use the telephone. Well, that makes it long enough that somebody could do themselves harm with the cord. So we are providing a shorter cord, and then there's an alternate telephone provided elsewhere. So I think that is my last slide. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to do this. Really appreciate it. What do we do next?
Yeah.
Questions or?
Thank you, Bill, for that presentation. This is Chair Commissioner Downey, and I'd like to open it up to any questions or comments from members of the commission that are joining us virtually.
Yes, this is Commissioner Al-Hassan. I have a question in regards to, I just recently had an experience when I went to see my respiratory doctor, and the building was not accessible. It's a brand new building. And if I didn't have my brother with me, I couldn't even get in the doors. And when I brought it up to them, to the manager about access, he said that according to them, they were up to code. So my concern is, they said they went through the checklist with the city approved it. So I have a problem with that because when I go to facilities and they're not accessible, I bring it to their attention right away because I think it's important, because this facility also works with seniors. And so the huge doors were not accessible, and double doors are, to me, triple inaccessible. There was no signage. I didn't know which way to go to the elevator or if there was an elevator. And so that's one of my main concerns in regards to having city building codes have these type of ADA compliance for healthcare facilities.
Thank you. Is it okay if I respond to that? Yeah. So this is Bill Zellmer with Sutter Health. The piece of me that's a code guy is pretty embarrassed that occurred. That shouldn't occur. That I don't know what occurred in the specifics of your situation, but a brand new building should have gone through all the steps so that doesn't happen. And I know Eric Drevers here at DSA can back me up on this. That should not have happened. So other than that, I can't really speak to it.
It's more frequent than you think. And it goes just, I mean, you did an excellent job describing internal, once you get inside the building, on specific accessible and ADA compliance. Actually, many doctors don't even have, they have the standard table where you have to climb up on it. So that'd be great if that would be more accessible for doctors to actually obtain. That was a great transfer table. But in regards to just getting into the building, it shouldn't be a challenge. And so I don't know how we can, in regards to our scope and our mission, to support these also private, but also small, like my doctor, she had no idea that her building wasn't accessible. So just bringing that awareness and focus on healthcare professionals, also knowing the accessible standards, so that when they go to rent a facility or rent an office, that their office is accessible to all people with disabilities, whether it's mobility, vision, even hearing, or programmatic, service issues that would come up for a variety of different disabilities. And I don't know if that's something we can work on. And I'm just posing it out to other commissioners as far as providing accessibility training. Again, we can look at the video aspect. What you demonstrated, on video was excellent. Possibly putting that out there for healthcare professionals would be great. But anything we can do to create more access, especially as we're moving into an older population. I'm post-polio, and now, at the age of 61, I'm experiencing more and more mobility issues as far as getting to medical facilities. And actually, it's a deterrent for me. I don't like going to the doctor at all anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. El-Hassan, Commissioner Dr. El-Hassan. Are there other comments from members of the commission joining us virtually?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Lillibridge. Bill, excellent presentation. I love learning, and you just taught me a whole lot of great stuff. As a civil engineer myself, I enjoyed your presentation about some of the internal intricacies of ADA compliance and just common sense inside the facility. But it really struck with me when you started talking about, the accessible path of travel and some of those things that, yes, technically it's not incorrect how we're designing some of these exteriors to the building, but there's just another, it blew my mind how yes, we can be compliant with ADA, accessible path of travel, ADA parking and ramps and whatnot, but going that extra step and thinking about who's the end user of this building. And instead of just checking a box that, oh yes, we've got the correct number of ADA parking spaces and loading zones and that type of thing. But when you mention that, hey, if you're in a healthcare environment, you have a lot of people using this facility that technically by the letter of the law, they're not disabled, but they're in a state where they're not at their utmost physical capabilities. Therefore, being able to consider those design, constraints that end user is going to use. I think technically maybe I shouldn't speak for all civil engineers, but a lot of times we're thinking about, let's keep the cars separated from the pedestrians. And therefore that's why we put curbs everywhere, to keep that conflict of vehicular and pedestrian traffic. But there's other ways we can do that with bollards and whatnot. So I thank you for bringing that to my attention. I've been doing this for 33 years. And I can honestly say it's the first time I've really thought about going beyond and doing it a little bit different, simply based upon the folks that are actually using the facility. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Dillard, Bill, I could probably listen to you all day talking about healthcare, which has always been close to my heart. There's two things I wanted to make comment about. One is the curb height of a wheel stop for cars, which we don't really pay attention to how tall they need to be. What's the height on them? I say that because I think because of cars being designed today to be lower than before, I have noticed cars being damaged because of the height of the curbs. And we're continuing to use the old curb height throughout. There's been no modification on that. But the cars have been modified to go lower, to be less wind resistance. Electric cars are like that, and other cars. So that's one thing just to note. And the other one is, I guess we no longer are using ceiling mounted lifts.
Oh, no. So we do have ceiling mounted lifts in
In special rooms.
rehab unit especially.
Right. So it'd be curious to see how that fit into your presentation as well. But I enjoyed it. And again, I appreciate you presenting. Thank you. Mhm.
This is Commissioner Shapiro. Thank you very much for your presentation. I particularly appreciated the difficulties when you have conflicting codes that come together and you're trying to maximize two variables, which mathematically can't be done. I do have to say, though, that you don't have to have a disability to not want your weight taken in the hallway. So it would be really nice if the rest of us could have a private place to have our weight taken too. I had two questions. The first with respect to the accessible tables, which do look wonderful. In the context of hotel rooms or parking, we have ratios of how many spaces that we provide accessibility based on the total amount. And I'm wondering if in the process of the building you showed us in that work, if there's been some kind of ratio or thought process of how you space out the rooms with the special tables and to make sure there's sufficient room. My second question is looking at your picture about the accessible parking space and the difficulty of that curb. I am wondering if some of those standards were created in a time when we presumed that the disabled person would be a passenger. And if the current standards failed to take into account the need for room or access for in our society today, where more and more we're allowing modifications to vehicles that let disabled people drive themselves, and we have failed to have our standards move forward as an architect and a CASP. Could you give us some information on that as well?
Sure. So the first question about percentages. So in 24-hour care in a hospital, the code is pretty definitive. You have to have 10% of the patient bedrooms are set up for accessibility, for mobility disabilities. And then if you have long-term care, it's 50%. And if it's a rehab, it's 100%. So that piece of it is defined in code, and it mirror images the ADA standards nationally. But the outpatient facilities, radiology and other such stuff, the code is silent on that. So the presumption is 100%. What that is, though, is 100% of the architecture, not the medical equipment. So what we've done, now we've gone through a lawsuit and came out on the other end. Our lawyers had advised us, well, here's what we need to do, then set up a percentage internally where we will, and let me explain a little backstory. We have a ton of these out there already. So with 300 plus outpatient facilities, where do you even start? We just don't have the money to replace all the equipment tomorrow morning. So we go through each one and say, well, we're going to replace 10% in this building and this building and this building and this building. Now that's our lawyers telling us that's what we should do. And over time, bump it up and bump it up. But there isn't a law that I'm aware of that says you have to do it this way with this percentage.
Thank you. And with respect to the parking standard?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's only question one. Yes, the parking, I would speculate as you did that these rules, the laws and the codes were set up prior to better understanding that people with disabilities may very well be the driver. But I'm not sure that's entirely all of it. Even on the passenger side, the same thing can occur. In certain environments where you've got an aisle between two accessible stalls, inevitably the one that's on the right-hand side will have the passenger door opening possibly in that very same kind of a photo that showed the opening over a curb. That happens pretty frequently. So how to fix it, that's going to be complicated.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Bill. It is afternoon. Are there any other burning questions from members of the commission for our guest, Bill Zellmer? Hearing none, any comments from the public joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there is no indication.
And any comments from members of the public joining us in person today?
And this is Commissioner Ramirez. So I really want to thank you. Sutter Health is definitely rapidly becoming one of our largest behavioral health providers, particularly in Northern California. So I really appreciated that particular insight into making your emergency behavioral psychiatric spaces accessible, really recognizing that as people with disabilities, we utilize every single one of your services, and ensuring that not only we have be able to go through it, but I did see the changes and modifications that have been occurring over the years as people find out different things. So I appreciated that particular insight, just particularly given that this is the behavioral health sector is a significant component of Sutter Health and continues to grow. But particularly, I was kind of looking to see what were some of the accommodations that I think perhaps you have built in for individuals with sensory hearings, like I'm hard of hearing almost that you have available those places. Somebody mentioned that we have a growing senior population, and hearing loss is one of those attributes that counts sometimes for a population. So what are some of the things, for example, that you have instituted within your organization to really accommodate that particular type of disability modality?
So I got to tell you, I'm not the best guy to answer that. I'm an architect, and as that disability affects the architecture, it's a very small piece. It's the elevators that have the ding so that you hear the elevator and what floor you're on, but there's not a lot beyond that. It's more about our staff communicating effectively with people with disabilities, with hearing disabilities. And I'm just not the best guy to explain what it is we do on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill, for joining us today and to address this topic. We greatly appreciate it. Myself, I could continue on for the next few hours with some more questions, but I think we'll break for lunch. So with that, I'll move that we adjourn for lunch. And let's see, check the time. It's 12, quarter after 12. So typically we take a 1 hour break. So let's return here at 1:15. Unless I hear an objection from staff, we'll plan on returning and resuming our meeting at 1:15.
That should be fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks, everybody. The meeting adjourned until after lunch. Thanks. Okay. And to start off, we need to have confirmed that we've reestablished our quorum. And so for that, I'd like to have Presley lead us in the roll call.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. I will start roll call. Commissioner Downey,
Present.
Commissioner Lemus, Commissioner Lemus, Commissioner Holloway,
Present.
Commissioner Holloway,
Present.
Commissioner Dillard,
Present.
Commissioner Dr. L. Hessen,
Present.
Commissioner Jackson,
Present.
Commissioner Leon Vasquez, Commissioner Leon Vasquez, Commissioner Lillibridge,
Present.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Present.
Commissioner Shapiro,
Present.
Michelle Davis, representing the DSA for Commissioner Clair. Michelle Davis, representing DSA for Commissioner Clair.
Present. She's present. We're just working on the mic.
Awesome. Thank you for letting me know. I will mark her as present. And then Commissioner Conway.
Ben Conway, present.
And with that, we have roll call. I will pass it back to you, Chair Commissioner Downey.
Thank you, Presley. With that, are there any members of the public that would like to identify themselves? First, joining us virtually.
There appears to be no indication in the chat, Chair Commissioner Downey.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public that's joined us here in person that would like to identify themselves?
Chair Commissioner Downey, this is April. There appears to be no one in the audience at the Sacramento location. Commissioner Conway, is there anyone in person at the DSA location in LA that wishes to address the group?
No, there are still no, this is Commissioner Conway. There are still no members of the public other than myself in the LA office.
Thank you. So that brings us to agenda item number 10, legislative bill reporting. And I hope word got through. Our DGS legislative consultant, Karina, sorry.
I'm here.
All right, great.
All right.
So I'll make sure the bill tracking slide is projected, and then yes, please proceed.
Okay. This is Karina Roy. I'm a legislative consultant with the Department of General Services working with CCDA. We'll start off with AB 222 by Arambula. This has been designated a 2-year bill, so it will not be moving anymore this year. It can be picked up next year when the session resumes. At present, it would require the Civil Rights Department to convene a work group to make recommendations to the legislature regarding accessibility and anti-discrimination laws related to workforce and employment for people with disabilities, and CCDA was named as one of the participants in this work group. Again, this bill is not moving forward this year. AB 410 by Assemblymember Jones Sawyer. This bill was signed into law by the governor and will become operative January 1st of 2024. It requires a shared mobility service provider to affix to each shared mobility device, such as scooters, bicycles, An accessible, clearly displayed tactile sign containing raised characters and Braille. And that sign should consist of at least the company name and phone number. That is to make it easier for those who are vision impaired to contact a service provider if there is some sort of injury resulting from any sort of collision with one of these devices. Next up, we have SB 544 by Senator Laird. This is the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act teleconferencing bill. And this bill would permanently remove specified teleconferencing requirements, such as requiring a posted agenda at each teleconference location and identifying each teleconference location in the meeting notice, and making sure that each of those locations is accessible to the public. This bill would continue to require that at least one physical address for the public to access and participate in person would be listed on the agenda. And it would also require a member of staff or a member of the state body to be physically present at the physical location. It would continue to require a state body provide teleconference access to a meeting and allow participants to address the state body directly. And it would also, among other things, require the state body to develop a procedure for swiftly receiving and resolving requests for reasonable accommodation from individuals with disabilities. This bill is currently pending in the Assembly Appropriations Committee. Next up, we have SB 585 by Senator Nilo. This relates to construction-related accessibility claims and statutory damages. This bill has become a 2-year bill, so it will not be moving forward this year, but it would have prohibited a construction-related accessibility claim for statutory damages from being initiated in a legal proceeding against a defendant who employs 50 or fewer individuals until the defendant has been served with a letter specifying each violation and given 120 days to correct that violation. Again, this has become a 2-year bill. It can be picked up again in the new year in 2024. SB 748 by Senator Roth. This is about local government notice for disability access obligations. This bill requires local jurisdictions to provide notice to an applicant for a new or renewed business license or equivalent instrument or permit that they may be subject to liability for failure to meet state and federal disability access laws. And that notice must also include information on how to obtain a CASP inspection. This bill was signed into law by the governor and will go into effect as of January 1, 2024. We next have Assembly Bill 950 by Assemblymember Manchin. This bill is now a 2-year bill. It will not be moving forward this year. It could be picked up again in the new year in 2024. It would have created a claim for statutory damages if a entity's website was inaccessible and the entity failed to provide plaintiff with an equally effective means of communication or facilitate full and equal enjoyment of the entity's goods and services offered to the public. The bill would have directed CCDA review access standards for websites and notify the legislature about if those standards set forth in statute were no longer the most up-to-date standards. But again, this bill is a 2-year bill. It's not moving forward this year. Next up, we have AB 1163 by Rivas. This is the LGBTQ Disparities Reduction Act, modifying the act to require specified state agencies to abide by the act, which requires that in the course of collecting demographic data regarding ancestry or ethnic origin, the named agencies would also need to collect any voluntary self-identification information pertaining to sexual orientation and gender identity. However, DGS will no longer be tracking this bill as CCDA was amended out of the bill on June 28th, meaning CCDA is no longer a named agency. They were amended out of the bill likely because they were notified that CCDA does not collect demographic information as part of their mission. So we're no longer going to be tracking that bill. It is currently pending in Senate appropriations. AB 1404 by Assemblymember Carrillo. This is regarding disability access for internet websites. This bill would require an attorney with each demand letter or complaint alleging an internet-related accessibility claim to provide the defendant with a copy of a written advisory notice pertaining to disability access laws. This bill is pending in the Senate Appropriations Committee. Finally, we've got AB 1757 by the Committee on the Judiciary, again, related to accessibility of internet websites. And this bill, among other things, provides that statutory damages based on a claim of website inaccessibility are recoverable only if the website fails to provide an equally effective communication or facilitate full and equal enjoyment of the entity's goods and services to all members of the public. This bill further would make it unlawful for any resource service provider who, in exchange for pay, either intentionally, negligently, or knowingly constructs a website that fails to conform to internet website related accessibility standards. This bill is currently pending in the Senate Appropriations Committee. And that is all we have for the update.
Thank you, DGS legislative consultant Karina Roy. I got it that time. Sorry about that earlier. But thank you for that. Any comments, questions from members on the commission that are joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Oh, sorry, it's me. Commissioner Elhassan. I'm sorry, it took me a while to hit my button. I apologize. I have a question in regards to the Assembly Bill, Senate Bill, 748, Disability Access and Information of Local Government Agencies. So does this also mean that we should be educating the public works or in regards to working with local businesses and identifying access issues?
It doesn't have any specific mandates for CCDA. So there wouldn't really be anything for CCDA to do on this.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any comments from members of the commission here in public, here in person?
This is Commissioner Dillard. Quick question. I'm not sure if you can answer it or not, but AB 950 and AB 1404 and AB 1757, there seem to be some overlap. Is there not? Or I'm just curious.
No, there is. It's pretty common for different legislators to propose bills that do the same thing. So some of those bills aren't moving forward, and some of them are, but it's not uncommon for bills to have overlap on subject matter.
Thank you.
As Chair Commissioner Downey, are there any comments from members of the public that would like to address this item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Okay. Sorry if I didn't make it clear. That was first for the virtual audience. And now if there's any member of the public here in person or in our remote location in Los Angeles, I believe it is. Anybody else that would like to address this topic?
This is Commissioner Ramirez. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. No, I definitely want to thank you for the legislative updates. Really good analysis. And definitely I think that there seems to have been an interest or theme to really by the policymakers to really do some work in the website space. And it's kind of interesting and perhaps curious whether or not you think that's something that they're going to be pursuing besides the 2-year period, given the fact that it's such a utilized way to access goods and services. I mean, we look at, for example, this new social media site that was launched by Facebook, that's not really accessible. And I think that's really bringing up accessibility online for a lot of communities. And so I was wondering, perhaps here, there might be an opportunity again to revisit those spaces. And then secondly, on another note, regarding the SOCI data bill, I was a little bit surprised to hear that CCDA doesn't collect SOCI data per se. I'm pretty sure that male and female are part of SOCI data. So it seems kind of strange that they might not go ahead and collect some of the other gender-specific data in addition to male and female. And so that wasn't a little bit clear why they were only going to track male and female, in addition to the SOCI data, which seems to be more representative of the people of California.
CCDA was taken out of the bill because it does not collect demographic data. It's not that it only collects male or female, it's just not part of its mandate. It's not part of its public-facing forms. CCDA's public-facing forms focuses, I think Executive Director April Dawson can probably specify better on what CCDA does focus on, but what they don't have is they don't collect demographic data. That is why they were removed from the bill. Otherwise, the bill, CCDA would have nothing to do under that, and that's why they were removed. These other social services agencies, they do routinely collect demographic data, and that's why those are being expanded to collect gender, sexual orientation, those sorts of things. It just doesn't make sense based on CCDA's mission that is focused on persons with disabilities and access issues, because that applies regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity.
Oh, thank you. This is Commissioner Ramirez. I appreciate your response. Representation matters. So I know that counting all of us for who we are is important, as well as our disability identities. And I hope during my time here that I can really advance that notion that Californians are more than just one thing, including our disabilities.
This is Executive Director Dawson. I just wanted to share that the data that we do collect is from attorneys and law firms. And so we collect copies of complaints and demand letters and complaint resolutions. And so we don't currently there's no demographic data that's in those. So that's why.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez, for your comments. I also have a follow-up question or comment, and it might be more for the commission's consideration in light of proposed AB, I believe it's 950, regarding the web accessibility regulations. In it, I note that CCDA is to comment on the most relevant and up-to-date standards, the best standards for that the web applications need to comply with. To me, that sort of sounds like a change in the type of work we do, and I'm curious if it's really within our mandate. Typically, we don't set or pass judgment on the guidance on the code of things. We deal with education, outreach, checklists, things to maximize and increase compliance across the state. But and we might provide commissioners to be on subcommittees with other groups that look at legislation or look at code. But in this case, this seems like the first time we're being asked to comment on, is this the best standard to work on today, or work with today? So it's a question I had, perhaps a rhetorical question at this point, but something for the commission to be mindful of.
Since again, AB 950 is not moving forward this year,
Yeah.
so it actually has no impact on CCDA. But the author's office was made aware that this is not CCDA's purview.
Okay.
So it's unknown if it will even be brought back next year at all, or what form the bill may take if it's brought back. So right now, it's a bit of a moot point. So we'll have to see if the bill's resurrected and in what form next year. So beginning in January 2024.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Are there any further comments from anybody virtually or in person? No, we messed up the order. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to, if I can find it, let's see. Item 11, the financial review. So for that, we're going to turn it over to our Executive Director, April Dawson, and we'll make sure that the appropriate slide is projected.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. And this is April. I received feedback from the morning session that I need to talk a little bit slower for the interpreter. So I'm going to attempt to do that, but please do not be shy of interrupting me if I'm not providing equal access in my vocal stylings. So I am here to present the third quarter report for the fiscal year 2022-2023 for CCDA. This was prepared by Department of General Services budget analyst Efren. Our budget analyst Efren, and he presented it to me in mid-July, and I also presented this same financials to the executive committee on July 12th. So on the screen there is it says expenditure authority summary, California Commission on Disability Access third quarter report. I won't go line by line. I'm going to give a high level, which is what I typically do when I give boards and commissions financials. And I'll talk about some things that stood out to me and what that means for us. So when you look, so what I'll share with you is under category of expenditures, I'm going to talk a little bit about personal services and operating expenditures and equipment. So our total budget authority for 2022-2023 is $1,731,000. That is the authority that we're allowed to spend for the 22-23 fiscal year, which is actually the prior fiscal year. We're now in a new fiscal year as of July 1. So this is usually when I give reports, we're usually about 2 quarters in arrears, and that's not uncommon. So the reason that our budget authority is $1,731,000, that's actually an increase from a little over $1,571,000 is because our high frequency litigant fund actually increased toward the end of the last fiscal year. We realized that our high frequency litigant fund was increased by an additional $197,000. And I'll be talking about our high frequency litigant fund a little bit later in the presentation, but our original high frequency litigant fund amount was $152,000. And then last quarter, we were told by finance that it was being increased by an additional $197,000. So that brought our expenditure authority from a little over 1.5 million to a little over 1.7 million for the fiscal year that ended on June 30th. So personal services, that's things like salaries and wages, benefits. And our budget authority for that line, for that for that grouping was $799,000. And as of the end of fiscal year 2022-23, our year-to-date expenditures and encumbrances was $415,368. So we were at 52% of budget as of the end of the third quarter of 22-23. And if you go to operating expenditures and equipment, our budget authority was $932,000. And we spent, when you count year-to-date expenditures and encumbrances, at the end of the third quarter of fiscal year 2022-23, we had spent $265,954, which was 29% of the budget, which brought our total expenditures for the end of the third quarter of fiscal year 22-23 to $681,323, which is 39% of the total budget allowance. So there's a couple things to call out here. Obviously, at that point in the year, we should be over 50% spent. So I talked to our finance people about this, and it looks like we had some cost savings due to some open positions, some positions not being filled, as well as some cost savings due to promotions as opposed to filling some extra positions. Also, there was for a few months not an executive director, things like that. Also wanted to let you know that for operating expenses, we're pretty underspent in our external CNPS category. That's our contracts, because there were some contracts that we terminated early. And so that, coupled with the cost savings with personal services, is why we're underspent as of the third quarter. Because of the nature of our funding, what we don't spend, we lose at the end of the fiscal year. It's not like a nonprofit where you have a reserve. So it's very important that for future budget cycles that we keep up on our forecasting. I have talked with the Department of General Services about how we could get some more assistance with budgeting and forecasting, because we do not have a finance person on staff, or a CFO or a budget analyst that's within CCDA. We have great people in the accounting and budgets department at DGS, but they're more high level and help us with financial reports. They're not there to sort of be that robust advisement on things like budgeting and forecasting. And so that's one of my goals, is to get that for us. I also am excited to say that we have someone, DGS is going to be helping us. Each of the programs within the ISD division is going to be receiving a consultant. His name is Mark, and we met with him a couple of weeks ago, and Mark is going to be helping us with building up our financial robust program. He's going to help us with building our capacity to track our financials more robustly. And he's going to help us with how to track our contracts more robustly, as well as forecasting for financials more robustly as well. So he's going to help us set up those systems. And then we're also going to be looking at using some of our open positions to fill that skill set that we're lacking as well. So I just am sharing this with you so that as you look at future financial reports, particularly when I present the fourth quarter financial report from the last fiscal year that ended on June 30th, that you can make sure if we do end up leaving a lot of money on the table, you should be, as a commission with that duty, asking why, and making sure that you're asking me, not to tell you what to ask me, but if I was in your shoes, I'd be asking me why we're leaving money on the table and why we're underspent. So that's just a hint there. But that is my financial report, and I'll take any questions. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Hesson. When we have expenditures that are left over from the previous year, they roll over to the next year, right? We don't lose them.
We do lose them.
Oh, we do lose them. Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that clearly. Okay. So we need to spend more money.
Yes. And just so you know, I'm always giving you because of the way that the financials are prepared, and this was true at every, this is not an uncommon thing at every other place that I've been at the helm. It's normal to receive financial reports 2 quarters in arrears because it takes a while to do the accounting and to present it to the executive team. So so you're getting the 3rd quarter financial report that ended in the spring of the prior fiscal year. We're in a new fiscal year now. We're in the 1st quarter of the new fiscal year, so you won't be seeing those numbers for 1 or 2 more meeting cycles. And so you're always seeing it in arrears. So we'll know at the next meeting, you'll have the end of the prior fiscal year's data. So you'll be able to truly see whether we left money on the table or not. I do know that we did pick up our spending a little bit toward the end of the last fiscal year. So my hope is that we were able to close that gap a little bit better. So I just wanted to be honest and share how that works. And it's not uncommon with like a new executive director and a lack of a finance person to have maybe 1 fiscal year when you have a new administration, not Gavin Newsom's administration, but my administration to need to pick up with, to have a couple cycles for me as the leader to understand how our forecasting works and how our spending works. And so, but if this continues to be an ongoing pattern, that's something you should be raising with us. Thank you.
Oh, I understand. Thank you so much. I appreciate the report. So when we're looking, especially in the Education Outreach Committee, when we're looking at developing the videos and looking at costs associated with that, that would fall under training, or where would that fall under? Help me understand this better.
It might fall under a few different places, just because since it's project based, some of it might fall under staff time, and some of it might fall under. I believe the training is related to staff training. Some of it might fall under external contracts if we're hiring someone to do the videos for us. I will share that that there is a plan that the majority of what has been discussed in the Education and Outreach Committee about outreach will come out of the high frequency litigant fund that I'll talk about a little bit later. So it won't affect our what's called 001 funds, which is our regular general fund, general operating fund.
Got it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This is Commissioner Lillibridge. Question for our executive director. I'm hearing the term, use it or lose it a lot in this conversation. I'm probably a little more fiscally conservative than most, but I think what the real issue here is the fact that if we don't spend everything that was budgeted for, and I'm not sure how, well, you weren't involved in the budget at all, right? In developing the budget for this year, right? So you're coming in having inherited a budget, and we're coming out of a post pandemic situation where we weren't able to do a lot of listening forums and things like that I think were probably factored into the budget. The real fear, I think, is that we're not going to be able to have the same budget we had this year since we didn't spend it. Is that accurate? Or is it automatically, if you don't spend it, the powers that be are going to necessarily have to give us less money next year?
This is Executive Director April Dawson. That could happen, but that's not happening this year that we're in. So I'll be able to share with you. I should have come to this meeting with it written down, but we have our budget authority. So I can, for the fiscal year we're in now that started July 1. So at the next meeting, I'll share with you what the new budget authority is, and it didn't go down. So thank you. And just to share what I try to do with what I've tried to do with all the boards and all the commissions I've ever, worked for, is I always just try to do some financial education when I do these financials. So this is why I'm trying to that's why I'm sort of just like not trying to coach you on what to ask me, but just being like, if this is still a pattern, you should definitely be asking the executive director why that's a pattern. So just the fiduciary duty piece, but it doesn't necessarily mean I'm raising an alarm bell. It's more of like a critical thinking tool.
Well, this is Chair Commissioner Downey. Are there any other comments from members of the commission? Hearing none, we'll move on to members of the public that are joining us virtually.
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Are there any members of the public in Los Angeles that would like to address this item?
Ben Conway speaking. There are still no members of the public in Los Angeles.
Thank you. Finally, any members of the public here in person that would like to address this item? Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 12, and that's the revenue reporting with regards to the high frequency litigator fund. So with that, I will turn it back to our Executive Director, April Dawson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. Doing some math here. Oh, am I on? Good. I'm just doing some math here. So I wanted to share a little bit more just to expand on the financial report. So the financial report I gave in the previous agenda item was related to all of our funds, but the spending report was for the 001 funds. So we have 001 funds and 002 funds. The 001 funds are what we use to pay for how the commission run the day-to-day spending of the commission, and that's from the general fund. The 002 funds is our high frequency litigant fund, and that comes from court fees. So it's in statute that someone who is defined as a high frequency litigant pays an extra fee when they file, and some of that money goes to the CCDA. And the goal of that fund is to spend it on preventing lawsuits and to increase physical access compliance across California. So it's broad, but that's basically in line with our purview. And I was informed that our high frequency litigant fund revenue went up by $197,000, and which if it seems like quite a big jump, it was a pleasant surprise, and it was verified as accurate. So when I came before the commission at the April meeting in Los Angeles to approve the use of funds for our high frequency litigant fund, at that time, we only had 152,000. So the plan, what I'd like to do with the additional 197,000 is to apply it to the categories that were previously approved, and to make sure that we have more money for things like the projects that the commission has already approved, and the advertising to businesses, and the modules for website accessibility, and the toolkits we're doing. So that is the plan that I have for spending those additional funds. If what I'm going to do is as we're spending down the funds, if it looks like there's going to be money left over from those projects, and as projects get done, I'll continue to update the commission on how it's being spent. And if there's additional projects that weren't previously approved, I'll come back to the commission with a new spending plan and ask for that to be approved. So anything that's not on that spending plan that you approved in April, I'll come back again. But I anticipate being able to spend down the funds within those current projects and actually just making those other projects more robust, because there's more money to be distributed to them. So I will keep you updated on that. There's no money there. There's money that's been encumbered through contracts. And at the next commission meeting, I'll have an actual financial report on what's been spent so far. Right now, it's just been there's been plans for contracts and some encumbering, but the financial, the budget office doesn't have a spreadsheet to show you yet, but I'll have it at I should have a report by the October meeting about how the money's being spent down so far, so you can see the progress. Thank you.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey, and one point of clarification on that, and I'm sorry if I missed it. Is there any timetable for the life of these funds? Do they sunset at any point?
Thank you for that. Yes, this is Executive Director Dawson. The money has to be encumbered and encumbered is a fancy word for, how we tie up the funds to be spent. So for example, if we did a contract for our listening forums and we haven't spent the money yet, but we signed a contract for a certain amount of money, that's like called encumbering the money. So we need to encumber the funds by the end of 2024, and we need to spend down the funds by June 30th, 2026. So that's why when I presented the original plan in April, it was a 3-year work plan. You're welcome.
Okay. Okay. Hot or not. Okay. So any other questions or comments from members of the commission? I'm sorry, that was first for members joining us remotely.
There appears to be no indication in the chat, Chair Commissioner.
And thank you. Any commissioners here in person that would like to address this item? Okay. Any members of the public joining us virtually that would like to address this item?
Appears to be no indication in the chat, Chair Commissioner Downey.
Okay, thank you. And from our friends down in Los Angeles, is there any member of the public there with you that would like to address this item?
Ben Conway speaking. Still no members of the public in Los Angeles.
Okay. Is there anybody here in person, member of the public in person here in Sacramento that would like to address this item? Okay. All right, that brings us to agenda item number 13. That's equity and CCDA. So for that, again, we're going to turn to our Executive Director, April Dawson.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. This is April. A few months ago, around maybe 1 or 2 meetings after I first started my position, Governor Newsom signed an executive order related to making sure that California would be a leader in equity for all people who live in California. And that was signed on September 13th, 2022. I believe it might have been the October meeting of last year that the October or January meeting of 2023, where I talked about this originally. And what I originally talked about was that this executive order was basically directing state departments to ensure that they, were tracking their equity measures and making sure that that they were thinking about how to infuse equity into their programs and services. And one of the groups that was specifically called out was people with disabilities. And so the Department of General Services was, directed to look at their equity goals and think about how people with disabilities fit into those goals. And CCDA was brought into those conversations pretty early on within the department. And then within CCDA ourselves, I've had a lot of conversations with the staff about, how are we infusing equity into our work. And so some of the things that when I think about equity, I think a lot about intersectionality. I think of people with disabilities. I like to say that our community is like a kaleidoscope of people. So there are so many people with disabilities that touch on so many different groups of people. When you think of pretty much anyone in California, there's a person with a disability in every type of, racial, ethnic, sexual orientation, economic group, any group you can imagine among humans, there's people with disabilities within them. We're a very diverse group of people. So when we think about how we approach our programming, it's important to approach it from an equity lens. So one of the things that I looked at immediately was, in particular, the business owners that we're trying to reach, who are concerned about high frequency litigation. Many of them are from communities of color, from minority communities, from communities where people do not speak English. And so I was taking a look at how we've been serving them and how we can improve upon that. And so what I have done since the first time I talked about the executive order and how we want to make sure we're including equity in everything we do is looking at how to approach things from a language access lens. So I've gone out to bid for a language access contract that would allow us to translate our materials into languages other than English. I have also gone out to bid for a translation service that would help us with our listening forums, so that at our listening forums, we can do simultaneous translation with people in languages other than English. And so that I could also have productive one-on-one meetings with business owners who speak languages other than English, since I am not a bilingual person. And I've also been thinking about our hiring, and for our next hiring request, I'm going to request that try to attract more bilingual staff as well. So that's another way that we can think about equity, just to make sure that we're being, responsive and culturally humble with the people that we serve, the business owners and the people with disabilities. Because I think that we do a really great job of things like captioning and ASL interpreting and other things like that related to disability access. But we also have to think that people with disabilities and business owners come from all sorts of walks of life and languages that they speak. And so we need to be thinking about that. So in summary, I have been working at the CCDA level on making sure that our materials and the way that we approach our community engagement speaks to the people that are from communities that aren't just English speaking, and also from minority communities as well, as part of how we're responding to the executive order. And I've also been a part of quite a few department-wide leadership groups talking about equity and talking about disability access, so that I'm also spreading the message of CCDA within the state government as well. So I am really excited to be a part of that, because a big part of the executive order was also to make sure that the state of California was a leader in equity as an employer, not just as a government to the people, but also as how are we doing internally as part of the government in making sure that if we're a part of the most diverse state in the nation, how are we reflecting that with our hiring and our retention and the way that we conduct our work. So both as a part of being a part of the state of California, but also as CCDA separate from that, we've been working a lot on equity, in particular with our language access issues that we're working on to be better about that. So I'm really excited, and I'm looking forward to taking any questions that you might have about how CCDA is doing with our equity goals and how we can improve upon them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Executive Director Dawson. This is Chair Commissioner Downey. A couple things I wanted to follow up on. One is I think Commissioner Ramirez touched on this a little bit, but I think also trying to highlight in our data collection, being mindful of those communities, and in particular, if we can capture the zip codes in terms of the demographic representation of those different areas, if those are areas that are being having a high frequency number of complaints, to be mindful of what's happening there in those locations, be mindful of the language and whatever issues that might be there. But more importantly, I think to looking to the comment about our hiring, and making sure we're establishing that equity there. I think it's also important to look in a proactive way at how we're advertising, the language we're using there, the words we're using there. We found in our executive search made a difference. What words you chose and things, and I have in the same experience in other executive searches. So perhaps working with DGS HR to make sure that the language is the most appropriate for the broad appeal we're trying to have. Any other comments from members of the commission that are joining us virtually?
Yeah.
Sorry, first virtually.
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication.
Okay, now, here in the room, is that Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Ramirez. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, I definitely want to thank you, Executive Director, for this particular conversation. One of the other hats that I wear at the state level is I'm part of Governor Newsom's Health Equity Task Force. And so I feel partly responsible for this conversation because it is something that we have really been working with the governor and his administration to implement equity as a new standard. But I think one of the things that we discovered is that equity, like the word justice, means a lot of different things to different people contextually. And so I think I would invite you to develop with your staff or even with the commission what equity will mean or means for this particular commission, and then go from there. One of the things that I've seen in the equity space that I haven't really seen for the disability community yet is tackling, as my fellow commissioner mentioned, some of the language that is in the code, particularly in California code, around people with disabilities. It tends to be very disparaging. They've removed the R word, but there's still a lot of terms in there that oftentimes our constituents interact that is not reflected both at the diverse communities that we have in California, but it's definitely not up to date with current disability culture. I know in some of our statutes that in information that I've reviewed from some of the agencies, the word cripple is still in there in reference to people with disabilities. Handicapped is interchangeably used as well. And so I think, you know, from this particular point of view, I think this is one of the things that I would hope that we can offer within the education space that this commission is doing, is to really highlight both what equity means in the disability community, but I think really highlighting the code that is perishing in the codes to really bring it up to date and to make sure that it's in reflect with the language that is used by the people of California, because it's very diverse. And as somebody who has a strong disability identity, I shrug when I hear anything than what I'm used to, but I also recognize I'm in a position of privilege and I work a lot in this field or in this particular space. So it is not necessarily fair to expect those that are not in it to be up to date, but yet our business partners who interact with the public more or less really would benefit from a broader discussion or even education into what equity and disability mean, particularly in the work sector. It's not just sometimes who we hire, but sometimes the environment that we create within the culture to ensure that everybody has an equitable opportunity to be part of the system. And again, it goes back to the word equity. What does equity mean? And so I think that might lead you perhaps into a discovery, since you're a brand new executive director for this body, what equity can be for this particular commission or body moving forward.
Thank you.
Let's see. So any comments from members of the public that are joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication.
Are there any comments from members of the public joining us in actually remotely in Los Angeles?
Ben Conway, still none in Los Angeles.
Okay, thank you. Any members of the public joining us in person here in Sacramento? Thank you. Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 14, and that's the listening forum timeline. And we, again, turning it over to our Executive Director, April Dawson.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. This is April. I wanted to share an update about our listening forum and the plan for future forums. We will be hosting a listening forum on August 31st from 3 to 5 p.m. at San Jose City Hall in collaboration with the City of San Jose. And we will be having a panel of disability, business, and local leaders who will be on hand to talk with businesses and people with disabilities about the challenges in the Silicon Valley region related to access to businesses, both from the business side and from the people with disabilities side, and talking with each other about solutions, taking a strengths-based approach. What is the city doing to increase access and also to support businesses in their city, as well as regionally what's been happening as well with the regional partners from the city, as well as what are some of the gaps and ways that that can be addressed. It will be moderated by our very own Commissioner Shapiro, and we're really excited. We're expecting at least 50 to 60 business and people with disabilities in attendance. And we have done some outreach for it, and we're going to increase our outreach in the coming days. So if you haven't already signed up, I encourage you to do so. And we have the flyer available in Mandarin, Spanish, and Vietnamese, as well as the registration form in Spanish, Mandarin, and Vietnamese. And there was a couple of questions, so I wanted to address this publicly. There were some people who were slightly outside of San Jose that were worried that this is going to be the only forum they can attend and weren't able to attend. And I just wanted to share, if there's members of the public listening, and we're also pushing this out, is that we are taking a regional approach to these forums, and we are going to be hosting at least 15 forums in different parts of the state over the next 3 years, in part using our high frequency litigant dollars. And so this is definitely not going to be the only forum. I wanted to share that at the forum, we will have captioning, American Sign Language, as well as language translation in Spanish, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and any other language that's requested. But we will, as a baseline, have those 3 languages for sure, but we can also get others. And we've been really learning a lot from our partners at the City of San Jose about language access. They've been really great at teaching us about how to present this to a more diverse audience, how we do our flyers, how we do our registration form, how we make sure that our contracting is in line with making sure that we can serve the people that really need the help. And so I want to thank the city for all of their support, and also from the County Office of Disability in Santa Clara as well. They've done a wonderful job helping us as well. And so really looking forward to that. Some of what I've been doing is some of the boring things that I've been doing behind the scenes is oh, sorry. Sorry. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I thought you were. I apologize. So for the City of San Jose, come to that forum. And there will be several other forums across the state over the next 3 years. And we're still identifying those communities. Part of what I was just mentioning is that I'm working on some of the contracts that are needed, such as the language access contract. So part of the reason why I haven't booked the rest of the communities for 2024 yet is that I wanted to make sure that contracting was in place to be able to do those things before we went out and pursued those other communities. But I have had some preliminary conversations with the City of Santa Rosa and a couple of other communities that are interested in us hosting a forum in their community. So we are going to be at the next full commission meeting. I'll have more firm. The contracts will have been finished by then, and I will have more firm conversations with other communities so that you could see that we're not just doing this in San Jose. And our particular plan for San Jose is that this is a kickoff, and we're going to have other structured hybrid models, hybrid and Zoom based models, where we're going to talk more with specific stakeholders. We're going to take what we learned at each of these forums and think about how can CCDA build the capacity at the local level to help people with disabilities and businesses increase access together. And then also, what can CCDA do to improve our programming? And I also wanted to share that the reason why San Jose was chosen as the first place to kick off our forums, or I should say re-kick them off, since we used to do them all the time before COVID, is because when we did our top 10 high frequency litigant zip codes for the prior annual report to the legislature, we found that the majority of them were either in San Jose or on the peninsula. So that's just an example of how we're using data-driven information to decide where to target our programming. And a large reason why we're focusing on language access is that a lot of the business owners that were served with those lawsuits are people who speak Spanish, Vietnamese, or Mandarin. So that's why we're focusing and trying to infuse equity into what we do and use our data-driven tools to tell us where to go for these forums. So August 31st, 3 to 5, City of San Jose. And you can find the information on how to sign up on our website. And we'll also be sending out more information and really pumping the advertising throughout the month. I'll also mention that I'll be having targeted conversations with several different business leaders in San Jose so that I can explain to them what we're trying to do, and also to the disability community as well. So if you think of a City of San Jose business owner who is hesitant about going, you can send them to me. I want to also share publicly that, as you know, CCDA does not do enforcement. So this is an opportunity for you to learn about how to increase access to your business. And it's not a place where you're going to get into any kind of, trouble. So we want you to come and talk to us and get some information, some factual information. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Chair Commissioner Downey. And I wanted just to really appreciate and applaud the efforts to listen to the data collection, to both identify prime locations as a place of need for these listing forums, and also in more fine, in a more granular level, which languages to address and those communities to serve. So it's an encouraging trend, and I hope we can continue working with that and following the data as it leads us around the state. And I'm curious what kind of, given the flyers that have gone out, has there been a good turnout of interest from people in the area, business owners and people with disabilities?
I believe we have 15 people signed up so far, and we have even more people who are interested in signing up. And I think it's going to go up as we increase our targeted outreach to different business groups as of the last time I checked the spreadsheet. So it's a good diverse cross section of people. And they'll have an opportunity when you sign up, there is an opportunity to ask questions in advance that Commissioner Shapiro will group and be able to address to the panel. So there will be a panel of such as Michelle Davis, who is here today from DSA, as well as a small business association representative, a City of San Jose representative, CCDA will be there, as well as a disability community representative. And so since this is a listening forum, the panel won't be talking the whole time, but the panel will be there as experts to get the conversation going. And then if you didn't sign up to ask a question when you register, you could still ask the question at the forum. There will be mic runners who will, and it'll be the bulk of the forum will be a question and answer session. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Alhassan. I have a quick question. Is there a way if we wanted to, as commissioners, just to listen in, if possible, to one of the forums virtually?
Hi, Commissioner Dr. Alhassan. That's a great question. So the San Jose Forum is in person only. And the reason why it is not hybrid is because we could not guarantee full accessibility of the Zoom function at the location where we're having it. So we made the decision to make it in person only so that we would make sure that we had full accessibility to what we were offering. However, there will be other forums across the state that will be a hybrid model. And my philosophy is to try to push the hybrid model and Zoom options as much as we possibly can to increase participation, because I know that not everybody can attend things in person for lots of different reasons, and also one of them including disability. I also wanted to share that I know I have gotten a couple of requests to record the listening forums, but we've received some concerns from people interested in participating in them that if they were recorded, they wouldn't be able to be as open as they wanted to be. So what we'll do is we're going to have some programming related to the listening forums that's more informational and training in nature that we'll be able to record. But the likelihood is that some communities will be more comfortable than others with recording. So I want to take that on a case-by-case basis, because I don't want the local communities to be afraid to attend the forums if it's being recorded. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. I'm going to try to leave this mic on all the time henceforth. Any other commissioners that might have questions for our executive director on this item?
This is Commissioner Jackson, and I would hope that as you do your sessions, please don't forget San Diego.
Definitely. Thank you.
Commissioner Dillard, I'm assuming after your meeting San Jose, you will have some type of report so that those who are not able to attend can retrieve the information.
Yes, absolutely. We're going to have staff taking notes, and I'll give a report out after each at each commission meeting. We'll keep this on the agenda so that I can report what was discussed in the communities and what information was shared and what was learned.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. Are there any other comments from members of the commission? Hearing none, are there any comments from members of the public joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Commissioner Conroy, is there anybody in Los Angeles, members of the public that would like to address this item?
Ben Conway, no one in Los Angeles.
Thank you. Any members of the public joining us here in person in Sacramento that would like to address this item? Okay. Thank you. With that, we move on to agenda item number 15. And that's a discussion on CCDA's current projects. And guess what? Again, we turn it over to our executive director, April Dawson. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? Hi, this is Executive Director Dawson. Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. I just wanted to give an overview of some of the projects that we haven't discussed at other parts of the agenda. Particularly, I want to give focus to our accessible parking campaign. This came out of legislation in the last session that was signed into law that went into effect in January, AB 2917, that required us to educate the public about accessible parking guidelines, as well as website accessibility guidelines and exterior passive travel guidelines. And so I wanted to share where we're at. So for the better part of a year, even prior to that legislation going through, CCDA worked with two work groups, the business owners and operators, as well as construction industry leaders, to produce two toolkits for those populations on accessible parking guidelines. And so we are currently still finalizing those toolkits. So the work groups met, produced some drafts. Those drafts were reviewed by the Division of the State Architect, as well as CCDA staff and DGS leadership. And we got some edits back. And in order to work through those edits, We have enlisted some interdepartmental support from Division of the State Architect, as well as the Real Estate Services Division. There is a architect who is also a CASP who works for RESD within DGS, which is Real Estate Services Division, who is helping us finalize those toolkits. And so in August, I will have the drafts back from the RESD architect, which I'm going to work with the Division of the State Architect and to take a look at those. And then we're going to reconvene our work groups to look at the drafts that the drafts of the drafts, to also see what they think. And then our goal is to present what we hope is the final working draft of those two documents to the full commission in October, and then hopefully up for a final vote in January. And then we will be able to go to the outreach phase for those toolkits. I'm also working on contracting, the contracting process right now for vendors who can help us with our website accessibility modules. And I have some ideas for how we can do a combination of in-house and also some contracting out for some creative ideas that I'm working through with contracts right now. And I'll keep the commission updated on how we're doing with that piece of the puzzle. And I also want to mention that our accessible parking toolkits will also address exterior passive travel. We're also working with the Division of the State Architect and others on updating our key codes for our legal portal, because we want to make sure that we're collecting the most accurate data and using the most accurate definitions of accessible passive travel, exterior passive travel, and interior passive travel, and making sure that we're capturing what the spirit of the complaint was, so that we can capture the accurate data of actually what's happening on the ground. And making sure we have accurate key codes also affects some of the other projects that we're working on, such as the business listing that was submitted, that the commission approved, which will be like a 2-pager that's sort of like almost a mini version almost of our toolkit, but geared toward business owners on some ways that they can increase access to their businesses. So we're really excited about those education pieces that we're working on, the toolkits, the business listing, the modules for website accessibility. And we also have been making upgrades to our website to make sure that we're a sort of a one-stop shop for information that is gathered, that is created by other groups, like such as the Pacific ADA Center and other partners, so that if someone is looking for information, say on website accessibility or restaurant accessibility or something, that we have an easily clickable clearinghouse of data that we can pull from other trusted disability related and business related sources. And so we want to kind of be the clearinghouse to be a connector for all these really cool other toolkits that other people have created, because we don't want to reinvent the wheel and create something someone else did. We want to highlight their work as well. So those are some of the things that we've been working on, aside from our listening forums and aside from the other work that I've mentioned elsewhere in this report. So we're a small and mighty team that's very busy putting things out there to make sure that we're putting out robust technical information for people with disabilities and business owners on increasing access. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Dawson, for that report. Are there any questions for members of the commission that are joining us virtually on this item? Hearing none, are there any comments from members of the commission that are joining us that are here in person on this agenda item? Are there any comments from members of the public joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
About our remote location in Los Angeles. Any members of the public wishing to address this item?
Ben Conway, not in Los Angeles.
Thank you. Any members of the public in person here in Sacramento to address this item? Okay. we need more questions. The next item, we're going back to our Executive Director, April Dawson. She needs a breather. So this is agenda item 16, report on the 22 annual report. So back to you, Executive Director, April Dawson.
Thank you. I think this is going to be a quick one, but sometimes you think something's going to be quick and it's the one that is the most controversial. But for the 2022 annual report, just for the new voices in the room, one of our purviews, one of our legislative purviews that's in statute is that we're required to collect, as most of you know, through our legal portal, we collect the top 10 alleged disability access violations related to construction-related disability claims, as well as the top 10 law firms and the top 10 zip codes. And we also report to the legislature just in general about the work that we do at CCDA to increase access and decrease high-frequency litigation related to the disability access space as it relates to public accommodations, which is also Title III of the ADA, to tie back the anniversary of the ADA. And so every year we submit that data to the legislature as part of our annual report. And the annual report for the 2022 data is currently moving up the approval process at the Department of General Services. And so we have completed at the staff level the draft of that report. And as soon as it's signed off on to go to the legislature, it will go to the legislature and it will be published and it will become public information on our website. The annual report is used by trade organizations to track trends in alleged disability access violation data. It's also used by us to inform our work, such as listening forums, which communities we should be going to, what communities we should be serving with our programming, and what industries might need a little more help understanding their obligations under the ADA, and also to inform the legislature about things that they might be able to do. We obviously are nonpartisan and factual, and we do not, sponsor legislation, but it is helpful for our legislative partners to see what's going on the ground and what their constituents face. And they use that data to back up some of the ways that they take action on those things. And so it's a really impactful report. And I'm looking forward to when we can release the 2022 data, and we're already working on our 2023 data. So thank you so much. And that is my report for this item.
Thank you for that report. Are there any questions or comments from members of the commission joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Thank you. Are there any comments from members of the commission on this agenda item from commissioners here in person? Okay. Hearing none, are there any questions or comments from members of the public joining us virtually? Hearing none, are there any questions or comments from members of the public in our remote location in Los Angeles?
Ben Conway, none in Los Angeles.
And any members of the public here in Sacramento to address this item? Okay, that brings us then to agenda item number 17, and that'll be a discussion on the Disability Access and Education Revolving Fund. And we're throwing a curveball. This is now to Operations Manager Phil McFall to introduce our panelist in this next item.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. I appreciate that. And my apologies for the microphone trouble. My name is Phil McFall. I am the Operations Manager here at the California Commission on Disability Access. And it is my pleasure to introduce to you our today's second set of speakers. First, I want to introduce to you Andrew Smothers. Andrew Smothers is a Communication and Legislative Policy Analyst at the Division of the State Architect. In his role with DSA, Andrew is responsible for for Disability Access and Education Revolving Fund, also known as DARF, outreach and administrative support. Prior to joining DSA, Andrew worked as a senior analyst for the city and county of San Francisco. Additionally, Andrew is a member of the State Bar of California and currently volunteers at the Capitol Pro Bono Law Clinic in Sacramento, which offers free legal services to qualified indigent individuals. So welcome, Andrew. And I'd also like to introduce to you Mehdi Shadyab. Mehdi Shadyab has over 43 years of experience in plan review, enforcing building code requirements and structural engineering design for a variety of buildings, both multifamily residential and commercial projects. Since 1991, Mr. Shadyab has been involved with and has an extensive knowledge and experience in the enforcement and development of the California accessibility regulations, both for commercial and public accommodations, as well as for housing regulations. Mr. Shadyab is a certified building official, California Registered Certified Access Specialist, or CASP, and California Registered Professional Civil Engineer. He is an active member of the California Commission on Disability Access, also known as CCDA, Checklist Committee, and was a major contributor in the developing and drafting the California Consumer Toolkit for the restaurant industry and accessible parking guideline. Mr. Shadyab is also an active member of the California Building Officials CALBO Accessibility Committee and the Division of the State Architect Access Code Collaborative Committee. Mr. Shadyab is currently serving as the past president and is the Accessibility Committee Chair for the San Diego chapter of the International Code Council. So welcome both of these gentlemen. And Andrew, I'm gonna pass it to you.
Andrew, I apologize. This is Executive Director Dawson. Before you begin, I just wanted to share that I declare the state architect, and one of our commissioners was unable to be here today, but she sent Michelle Davis and this morning Eric Drever in her stead. And so Michelle will also be jumping in as needed for this presentation. But thank you, Ida, for your prep, and we miss you today. Thanks.
Commissioners, thank you both for the introduction. I'm going to share my screen. I have a small presentation. Oh, is the mic on? Oh. Let's share my screen here.
I think the mic needs to be turned on.
Oh, testing. There we go. Okay. So I'm here to talk about the Disability Access and Education Revolving Fund, also known as DIRF. I'm going to first start with an overview of what DIRF is, if you would like a refresher course or, oh, sorry. Just go like that. Talk about DIRF. First of all, what is DIRF? Well, DIRF is a special fund authorized by Senate Bill 1186, and that was back in 2012, with two express goals. One, which we won't get into today, is to disincentivize high volume litigants. But we will talk about its second goal, which is to increase disability access and compliance with construction-related access standards. The law is very clear on the means of how to achieve this goal. One, increase the number of certified access specialists in the state. Two, maintain state oversight of the program. And three, expand education and outreach about accessibility requirements. DSA will work with CCDA and COR in disseminating such education and outreach materials. How does it work? How's the fund work? It's a $4 business fee that's applied at the local level for business licenses. So if it's a city or a county or even a town, they will apply that $4 fee. 90% of the fees are retained by the city. The remaining 10% is remitted to DSA for outreach and administrative purposes. What are the permitted use of the funds? At the local level, city and counties, it's primarily used for increased CAPS training and certification that can facilitate compliance with construction-related accessibility requirements, provide financial assistance to small businesses. That's a new permitted use with the latest amendment. But the highest priority shall remain training and retention of CASP. On our side, the Division of the State Architect, those three enumerated means are our goals.
increase the number of CAS, maintain oversight and education and outreach. So I'm just going to talk about where we are and DSA, how we've advanced these goals. Let's look at the number of CAS first. CAS was introduced in 2012. 2013 was the first year we had it. If we look at the 10-year history, there's a 102% increase in CAS. So it's nearly doubled in 10 years. So it is, achieving its primary goal of increasing CAS. Oversight, state oversight, it's important just to reemphasize that, maintaining state oversight of this program is essential, essentially, because as a state agency, we're subject to public scrutiny. An NGO would not be subject to that type of scrutiny. So just want to reemphasize that. Also, DSA as a code promulgating agency is uniquely tailored to provide a level of expertise in this field that where another organization just couldn't match. What has DSA been doing with the last year? So here's a little update on education and outreach. We had a new LMS, which is a learning management system implemented. We offer CAS training, continuing education. And because of that, we see a significant increase. If you look at the bottom here on this chart, it says 228% increase in registrations for CASP 101 last year. Now, some of that could be attributed to the pandemic, right? There might have been a bottleneck, but even if you look at our highest watermark year, it's 45% higher than that. So there has been an increase in signups for CASP information. DSA has worked with CCDA on educational materials, namely a Disability Access and Education Revolving Fund Quick Reference Guide, which is up on CCDA's website under the Resources tab currently. We conducted a targeted email outreach for CASP last year, reaching 13,000 recipients and 130,000 communications addressing topics such as the LMS, which was mentioned, CASP examination dates, recruitment, and certain surveys to streamline the CASP application process. We have CASP code discussion groups, which are webinars with local and national access specialists. Those were tabled last year due to staffing issues, but we have filled that staffing, that role. So excited to say that we will probably reinstitute those at a later date. As well, we've also done some networking at the California Building Officials Annual Business Meeting. Here's our booth this year. We were one of 2 state agencies represented at the CalBO annual meeting. And in addition, there was a regulatory package that was effective last year that increased the eligibility for CASP applicants as well as a fee reduction. And we also did a conversion of HTML of our forms for our annual reporting, which made it easier for local jurisdictions to submit and also reduced administrative time in processing those. If we look at revenues of DARF over the last 5 years, you'll see a dip after 2020 because this is business licenses. Obviously, businesses were shut down during the pandemic. But the good news is there has been a rebound. Last year was $984,000 was received by the department, and that's the second most ever received. So we're close to normal, not quite back, but we're getting there. So that's very encouraging. And then here are some numbers on our annual report for this year. There are 539 cities and counties. 436 of them pay into the 1186 fund. It's about an 81% participation rate. The annual report is on the DGS's website. There's a link below there. You go to resources/legislative reports on the DGS website, and you'll see a link to our report. And that's a status update if you have any questions. All right. Well, thank you.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. I think we'll take questions at the end for you. Unless there are any commissioners that would like to address them at this time.
This is Commissioner Hesson. I just have a quick question about local cities. I'm working on our city and trying to have better use of this, our access funds. How can I best support them and educate them in this process? Because they're unaware of it.
I would steer them towards the CCDA's website. There are information, there are very good materials for local jurisdictions. There's the quick reference guide, which I mentioned. which talks about legislative history and the fund's purpose and the authorized use of those funds. I would start there.
Okay, that's great. I'm going to make a copy of that and share it with them. Thank you.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. I'll follow up with another question. I was wondering about in terms of collecting data, and maybe you're somebody who can address this. I don't know, but I was curious with all the history now of, you said the Certified Access Program started in 2013.
The DERF started in 20.
DERF started in
CASP,
2013.
I believe, started 2008.
Yeah. Okay. But I'm just curious about if there's any tracking in terms of the effectiveness of the CASP program in terms of numbers of CASP reports done, the sort of the effectiveness in terms of those property owners having certified access specialists. What numbers, what percentage of them have then since then faced any litigation? Those that haven't. If I'm assuming, hopefully there's some good news in there, and it'd be great to know what that is and be able to publicize that.
Commissioner, currently the information gathered by DSA does not include the information you mentioned. It is pretty much limited to how much money you spent on CASP services and what they are. It's very brief. It does not go into that level of detail, but it's something we can maybe explore. The data we gather is by legislation, so the enumerated, topics are what we.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other comments from commissioners on this item?
It's Commissioner Dillard. Just to continue with that line of question, it would be interesting to know also in terms of your cast members, where are they coming from? What part of the state? Who are using them? I noticed in one of your slides, you seem like you were advertising at a convention. I'm assuming you go to the AIA convention.
This year we went to the CalVote annual business meeting.
Yeah, right.
There will be future events we'll attend.
Yeah. You might want to also look at other conventions like NOMA, National Organization of Minority Architects. When you're trying to get diversity, you have to go where they are. Otherwise, you won't get them. I don't know what your numbers are, but I could guess.
It's a great idea.
Comments from any other commissioners? Since we've gone into the Q&A on this, our first speaker, I'll open it up also to any members of the public that are joining us virtually. Hearing none, we'll switch to members of the public at our remote location in Los Angeles.
Ben Conway, none in Los Angeles.
Thank you. Anybody here in person, any member of the public in person here in Sacramento that would like to address this item? Okay, thank you. So then we'll move on to the next panelist.
Mehdi, when you're ready, we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, honorable commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity given to me to present what we do with this fund at the city of San Diego. Since SB 1186 passed, we have a total of six CASP citywide, city of San Diego wide. 4 of them with the development services. Out of the 4, 3 are staff engineers that are CASP certified, and 1 CASP certified building inspector. And 2 CASP with the city ADA compliance and accessibility department, which basically deals with city facilities, public works, and basically public properties. And at least I know one individual, one CASP engineer, one engineer is studying to take and pass the test. So we soon will have at minimum 7 CASP citywide to assist with the accessibility enforcement, accessibility regulations enforcement. As part of these funds, we highly believe that education and training can go a long way. So we are providing continuous in-house training to all of our 30 structural plan review engineers who are basically responsible for reviewing projects that are submitted for ministerial review for accessibility, compliance, and enforcement. We are also sending staff to webinars, in-person trainings, and ADA symposiums. This training and education is paying off because they are able to, our staff engineers are able to provide better plan review, more detailed plan review in order to get the accessibility requirements and regulations incorporated on the plans for it to be enforced by the inspector and built. On 30th anniversary of ADA in 2020, I actually proposed to our managers to launch a program, what we call Ask a CASP. This Ask a CASP program that's now been in effect for 3 years, it has been successful. How does that work? Is that we have basically a tab on our website, which individuals can basically press and ask questions in writing, provide pictures, provide illustrations, provide videos. This is the only time we accept pictures and videos for the purpose of review and discussion. So they do submit them, and one cast member, including myself, will review the question and will respond to them within 24 hours. This is actually at no cost to the individual. And these individuals could be designers, could be business owners, could be any members of the citizens. I personally have answered over several hundred questions that basically came from elderly individuals living in their apartments, asking questions about their elevators, asking questions about ramps and not being able to access, wanting to know what the laws were. In addition to also design professionals, architects, and wanting to know how to design and overcome this, to remove all this barrier. This has proved to be a great success because normally they would not have had this opportunity to ask questions, but now they are given a venue to present their case, take pictures, take videos, and we can open up the videos and basically have a discussion with them. And also, if there are follow-up questions, they can ask limitless follow-up questions, and we try to answer them all to the best of our ability. Now, knowing this, and I think we have been the very first to have this program rolled. So we are getting questions from people out of the states because they tell me there are no one to answer their questions. So they contact us to be able to answer the questions also statewide, out of our county and other parts of the state, as well as other states other than California. So this has been a great success. On July 2022, we also launched a call center. This call center is a live staff engineer, senior engineer, just like myself, from 8 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, are available to basically chat with the individual on any topic that is code related. Have them ask questions on accessibility, asking questions on other issues of the code, exiting, structural engineering, and we are able to assist them with any questions and as many number of questions that they may have in order to guide them, help them where to get the information, where to go from that point, who to hire, who to contact, not by names, but by category, in order to help them reach the goal they want to reach. And in terms of accessibility, hopefully removing the barriers. We also are available to have virtual meetings with individuals, about no more than 30 minutes. They can call they basically can set up an appointment online with one of our senior staff engineers and CASP certified in order to discuss in person, and by teams, which they can open up the plans and they both can see the same set of plans, same set of illustrations, same set of pictures, videos, in order to get guidance as to how to resolve and how to remove those barriers. And that is another venue that we are providing to our citizens, all free of charge, at no cost to them whatsoever. And of course, the cost of covering it comes from DARF, but we are providing these services to our citizens at absolutely no cost to them, period. We also have a we also have established, when I say we, our department also have established a small business liaison. This individual is there to assist small business owners. So if you are a small business owner, you don't know where to begin. You can just call this number and directly talk with that staff member, and they will guide you with your questions. If the question is accessibility related, it will be transferred to one of us to answer. If they want to know how to get a business license or how to expand and how, whatever issue they may have, we have actually live staff, a small business liaison that can assist them with whatever it is that they want to achieve. We also create publications. We draft and create bulletins for general public use on a variety of topics, including accessibility. We did have a very comprehensive publications or information bulletin on parkings, but due to code being changed, we pulled that away. But we are, because of, again, like most governmental entity dealing with staffing issues, we are going to update that and roll it out again for the member of general public to use and to guide them on the code requirements. Now, future, where do we go from here? We are also working currently to see if we can provide financial assistance to small business owners to cover the cost of CASP reports. Remember, we cannot create it. We can help them by making an inspection of the facility. We can point out to what are the areas of non-compliance, but we cannot draft a CASP report for them, because we believe that is a conflict of interest. But we can perhaps assist them with the financial cost that is involved. And that's something we are working with our managers to help with the small business owners that can cover the cost of the CASP reports, and also perhaps helping them with financial assistance in removing the barriers that exist in many of the existing buildings in the city of San Diego. In a nutshell, that's what we have done. We have come a long way, and I'm proud and honored to be involved with the ADA enforcement since 1991. This is a fantastic day today, especially on the day that designates 33rd anniversary of ADA law being signed by President George Bush, and I'm very proud to be part of it. With that, this concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions any member of the commissions may have. Thank you.
This is Commissioner El-Hassan. I just wanted to ask, thank you very much for your presentation. I love the fact that this is how you're using your funds. And I was wondering specifically, when you're allocating these funds to these different areas, what departments do you use? What departments in the city?
So I'm primarily with development services. That is a department that basically reviews plans and development plans for purpose of ministerial review. So the funds is primarily being used in our department, but other departments such as our ADA compliance and accessibility department that deals with city facilities, city-owned facilities, city programs, we have also helped them sending their staff to seminars, webinars, as well as symposiums to also get educated so they can train their own staff in order to enforce the accessibility regulations when it comes to those governmental facilities.
That sounds great. So what about specifically when you have questions from businesses? You said that you can ask a CASP on your call center. Where do those in regards to supporting small businesses?
So when a small business owner has a question, they can use those venues I indicated. They can either go on Ask a CASP and type in their questions and add any documentation they wish to add to help us understand what their question is. And also, they can also meet with one of our staff CASP in person, virtually, by making an appointment. And also, or if they don't want to do any of that, they can call the call center every day of the week, Monday through Friday, with the exception of holidays, from 8 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, including lunch hour. We don't close for lunch. So they can ask any type of question they have, and we will guide them, help them, make them understand what the law says, provide them with interpretation, and provide them with guidance. Many of the time, they don't know what they don't know what to ask. So we ask the questions in order to find out what is it that they want to do, what is it that they are looking for. You know, do they have steps in front of their business? Do they have a ramp that it's too steep? Do they have a door that is too heavy to open? So we ask several questions in order to guide them and basically provide them with information they need so they can make a better business judgment and go forward.
That sounds great. I'd like to see how I can adopt that model in our city. I'd love to share that information, Mehdi. Maybe I can get your contact information.
Absolutely,
from
absolutely,
yeah.
Absolutely. And I know that the federal U.S. Access Board basically followed our model, but they are naming it Ask ADA Pro. So it's the same thing, which you can call U.S. Access Board and do the same thing, ask a question or send them an email. But it's all, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about assisting general public, helping them understanding this regulations that can be confusing for them to understand. So I love public service, and that's what I want to do, and that's what I hope to achieve in helping our citizens understand the law better.
Great, thank you so much, Mehdi. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is Commissioner Dillard. First, I'd like to say what you're doing is fantastic. I am very impressed. And my question is also what the past person indicated. I was curious, are we doing the same thing in LA that you know of? Or should we take this model to LA as well?
Thank you for the questions. I'm not sure if any other jurisdictions within the city of San Diego are doing. I know they're all doing something. They're all having the same thing we have in our hearts, and that is providing excellent customer service, excellent public service. To what extent, I don't know, but I know many jurisdictions do something. Some they just meet their customers at their counter and assisting them, some by phone. But we believe at the city of San Diego that built environment is not accessible till it's accessible to all. So with that, we want to do more and above and beyond of our capabilities to achieve this goal.
Well, it might make a little sense since San Diego and LA are so close to each other. There might be some communication between the two.
Yes, yes. I know our billing official is meeting with the LA billing official on a monthly basis. We do share documents, we do share information. And I believe this has been discussed. To what detail, I'm not the privy of that, but I know that we both like to help each other since we are so close. You're absolutely correct. And I'm sure city of LA also being one of the major cities, metropolitan cities in the state of California, I'm sure they are doing the same thing as we are.
Thank you.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. I too would like to thank you for the great work you're doing in San Diego. And given the interest from our Commissioner, Dr. El Hassan, and the comments from Commissioner Drake Dillard, it reminds me of the idea we've had, and I've lost track of it, as the possibility of hosting case studies of how different jurisdictions around the state are taking advantage and putting to good use, effective use, the Disability Access and Education Revolving Fund. Given the question that our Commissioner, Dr. El Hassan, had about, her city not knowing what to do with it, not knowing much about it, if we could have a clearinghouse, a portal that showcases effective case studies of how the different jurisdictions are making good use of those funds and serving their communities, that would seem to be a good thing for us to do. And this would seem like a great case study to go in that data bank.
Great.
I agree with you, Commissioner Downey. Thank you so much. I think that's a great suggestion about how we can use our funds to support other cities. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Any other comments from other commissioners, whether in person or joining us remotely?
Thank you, Commissioner Shapiro. I think it's fantastic, the idea of scaling it across more cities. I was wondering if you could tell us a little more, how do you get the knowledge out into the public? And how do we scale up the ability to let people know about these resources, whether your resource or resources in other cities, so that the people who can really use them, the small business communities, can get them? I'm particularly interested if you've had any opportunity to engage with language accessibilities, because I don't know how we're getting word out that this is available, and I don't know if it's reaching some of the communities that perhaps most need it. So can you help us with how are you doing it? How can we scale up the reach with having people know about it?
Thank you for the question. Of course, we are not talking about licensed professionals. Architects and engineers, they're by virtue of their license and their knowledge and their education, they know where to look for the information. That's not our target audience. Our target audience are small businesses who basically don't have any construction knowledge, who don't know what the law and regulation states. So they know, everybody by now knows about ADA. Everybody. I tell you, when I talk to some business owners about regulations, when I tell them, California accessibility regulations, they ask me, are you talking about ADA? Well, ADA is a federal law, but ADA is now a common word that is being used just like water. So everybody knows about ADA. Everybody knows about ADA compliance. Everybody knows that they have to do something to remove the barriers. And everybody knows about the litigation and all that. So how do we get the word out? When they contact us, again, like I said, we are trying to help them with that venture. We try to guide them where they are, what they need to do. We do have information bulletins. We do have code at our disposal on our website that we refer them to. But in terms of other languages, unless they request it, it's not available to them. I mean, our information bulletin are published and printed in English. Unless they request it, they want it in Spanish. I'm sure we can make it happen, because being a governmental entity, our publication also have to be available in other languages as well. But so far, we haven't been asked that. So we assume they know, or they know of someone who can translate. Now, given that these regulations are at times very complicated to understand, but remember, technical requirements are technical requirements. They are in inches, feet, width, height. So they understand that much better than reading the text of the code or text of the language. And we are there to help them. We are there to assist them. We do have a Spanish translator. Actually, we have translators in-house for almost every possible language you can think of. We have translators in Spanish. We have translators in Persian, Farsi. We have translators in Arabic. We have translators in Mandarin, Filipino, and all other languages. So if they need translation to be done, we have it available, ready to be provided at a moment's notice to assist them with the language barrier. So we have removed that language barrier issue out of the way, because we have a way to help them and assist them with understanding the law. I hope this answered your question. If not, please ask me again. I'll be more than happy to elaborate.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey again. I remember the second comment I had for your question, and I think it's great with this Ask a CASP, especially in that it's really focusing in on the small business owners. And with that, I'm curious if you keep data on that. I'm curious. We track the top 10 infractions across the state in terms of litigation. I'm curious if you're collecting the top 10 or just the frequently asked questions. And that might suggest to us some things that areas that need clarification, things that we could use to guide us in our outreach and education efforts.
Very good questions, Chair Commissioner Downey. We do keep recording of the questions that have been asked and what has been answered. So I think we have a record of it. to be honest with you, majority of the questions come from design professionals, from licensed architects, with sketches of an issue that they are unable to solve, and they want us to help them to solve it. But also we do get a portion of the questions coming from elderly individuals, that has to do with the living environment. Granted, 11B doesn't get into living housing regulations unless it's a public housing, but they ask us a lot of questions about their parking in their facility, path of travel to their units, and the elevators. We also do get a lot of questions from small business owners. Recently I just got a call from a small business owner who happened to be on a second floor of a building where the elevator was out. And the owner have told them, I don't have money to fix the elevator. So well, my business requires access. I have individuals that are coming here. Many of them are on wheelchair. What do you mean elevator doesn't work? They ask us what to do. What do they have any remedy? Do they have any recourse under the law in order to force the owner to fix or correct the elevators? So we do get the questions from variety of areas and variety of individuals. If I have to put a number percentage, I can say maybe 50% of them come from licensed design professionals, maybe 25% come from small businesses, and 25% from elderly individuals who happen to be living in senior citizen housing or places that basically cater to the senior individuals.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the commission? Hearing none, are there any comments from members of the public that are joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Are there any comments from members of the public that are with us at a remote location in Los Angeles?
Ben Conway, there are none in Los Angeles.
Thank you. Is there any comments from members of the public who are present with us in Sacramento?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there is no one present here in Sacramento from the public.
Thank you. So do we have a third panelist?
Thank you.
Thank you for your sharing with us a wonderful presentation, and thanks for the work you're doing there.
My pleasure. Thank you, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you. So is there a third panelist?
Chair Commissioner Downey, this is April. There is not a third panelist, but I would invite Michelle Davis if you had anything that you'd like to add or round out as a representative of the state architect. If you'd like to say any words to round this out.
Pardon, Michelle Davis, the microphone isn't working. This is Stephanie with the CCDA, by the way.
Sorry about that. DSA does have a technical assistance line where we receive calls as well, and we get a similar types of calls as what San Diego is getting. So there's definitely a need for support out there.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And that's an important information to remember that that opportunity on the DSA website. I'll just open it up generally since we've gone through in detail on each one, but any last final comments on this agenda item before we move on to the next? First from commissioners remotely.
Commissioner Jackson has her hand raised.
Commissioner Jackson.
Okay, just in reference to the gentleman in San Diego and that last comment he made about the seniors and stuck on the second floor, elevators not working. That information was given to the media, and within 2 hours, someone was there looking to resolve the problem. So sometimes we have to let the public know about what's going on, and they can get it fixed.
Thank you very much. Let's see. I remember if we made it through. I'll just open up totally widely. Any final comments on this agenda item?
This is Commissioner Ramirez. So I also really want to thank the presenters for this. And it really did left a savory or like
Commissioner
wanting to
Ramirez, can you please speak
Can you
into the
hear me?
microphone? Thank you.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Ramirez. I apologize. So I did wanted to thank the presenters and definitely pick the interest to do something similar in Los Angeles County. I know being such a large city, that definitely is something that we would be interested in doing. So again, thank you.
Okay, this is Chair Commissioner Downey. If there are no further questions, I'll go slowly. We'll move on. Let's see. So I think it's agenda item 18, which is getting near the end. Any suggestions of future agenda items? First, I'll open up to members of the commission that are joining us virtually.
This is Commissioner Elhessen again. I love your idea, Commissioner Downey, in regards to how we can support the type of model in regards to ask a CASP or, getting resources put on our site that would support business owners and getting the latest information to support their businesses and accessibility and avoid litigation on their part. I'd like to see something like that. Thank you.
I think watch out, Mehdi. We're gonna take this statewide. Everybody's gonna dial up, ask CASP in San Diego.
It would make me very happy, and I'm proud and honored.
No, we got the DSA in there as well. But no, thanks for that support. I think it's something we should really look into off our of supporting off our website. Any other comments from members of the commission joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Thank you. Are there any commissioners here in person that have any future agenda items to suggest?
Chair Commissioner Downey, Commissioner Shapiro, I have two items from the information we've heard today, and I would like to simply put them out there as something we might consider. The first has to do with industries. When we talk about developing education and checklists, we heard today about some of the specific and unique challenges in healthcare. And there have also been a number of unique and specific challenges faced in the restaurant industry that have led to more lawsuits in that area. So I don't know if the statistics we collect would allow us to take a look at if there are particular industries besides parking and bathrooms, which are universal, but particular industry issues that come up a lot that we might also look at as an opportunity or area for education or checklists. The second is that both in Senator Roth's bill regarding the information he's going to be disseminating to small business owners and a comment made by the speakers in the healthcare, we have had many instances, it seems, where the plan check may be fine and the plan is good, but the implementation for whatever reason has an issue. And building inspectors are approving the installations. And then the small business owners are finding out after the fact that even though the building inspector signed off, the property is not in fact compliant. So I think it would be interesting for us to explore whether a program for actual building inspectors, not the plan check people who are working with the architects to make sure the plans are right, but is there some room or opportunity for us to educate for building inspectors, maybe a top 10 things please check, so that when a business has done their work and they have gotten signed off, they have a greater chance that they're in compliance at that point when the building is new, instead of finding out that the building inspector unfortunately failed to down check something that was a failure. Just another education opportunity that perhaps we might explore.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. I'd like to respond to that because actually that reminded me of another thought that raced through my mind as we were hearing Mehdi talk about his work in San Diego. and especially with regards to the inspectors. Years ago, before most people's time here on this commission, the checklist committee developed an inspector's checklist, which was the first of its kind that I know of in the country, which tried to anticipate the appropriate time and throughout the inspection process, inspections that happen throughout the construction period of any permitted project, to make sure that the inspector was looking for the right things at the right time. In particular, trying to anticipate or avoid the scenario where the owner is ready for the certificate of occupancy and the inspector comes up the day before to inform him that his ramp is too steep, when that should have been picked up when that ramp was framed, when that framing was inspected back during the construction process. So I'm curious to know what's the status of that inspector's checklist, to see if it's, we want to make sure that it's still current in terms of updated to the current code. And I'm curious if it's being used in the field by the inspectors. That when generated, it was thought to be an ideal thing, not only for inspectors to use, but owners to use, for owners to give to their contractors to say, these are the things you need to do to make sure we're on top of things so that we have no surprises at the end. Because the last thing a building owner wants is a surprise the day before they're supposed to open. So it's an important tool that we've developed that I want to make sure is not languishing. If there's any feedback on it, I think it's an important thing for us to capture. So this is about future agenda items. Maybe it is a good thing to pick up what's the status of that, and if that's an appropriate tool, if there's more that we should be doing in that regard. Any other comments from members of the commission?
Oh, this is April, not a commissioner, but I just wanted to say that I'm writing down all of these ideas for future agenda items, and they will become a part of our planning process for future agenda items, and I'll check into each one.
Can you hear me? This is Commissioner Ramirez. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. No, definitely want to echo on Commissioner Shapiro comment at the intersection, for example, of mental health and health settings. Definitely would like to explore that topic. But again, going back to the issue of technology, particularly web page infrastructures and accessibility, as that further develops down, where this commission could advance or provide additional guidance and information in that particular arena, since it's a really booming and California is leading the way in that sector.
This Commissioner Lillibridge, I can't help but think back to the beginning of our meeting, and we were celebrating ADA's 33rd anniversary and hearing some of the very important stories, not the least of which from our executive director. Kind of put a lump in my throat, actually. And I think it just goes to show how powerful stories can be, and especially stories well told. And I would love to somehow incorporate in future agendas success stories, where some barriers were removed in a very efficient, effective ways, and such that we in this forum can be an inspiration to those small business owners that maybe feel like their problems are insurmountable. So anytime we can incorporate, and our speakers today were great too, as far as Mehdi was very passionate in his presentation as well. And you can tell he is kind of the epitome of a public servant. You can just tell by the passion in his voice. So I think that, if there is the ability to incorporate some success stories between the various stakeholders that we all represent, and would be a great addition to future meeting agendas.
Thank you for that comment. Any other comments for future agenda items from members of the commission? Hearing none. Are there any comments from the public joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Thank you. To our friends down in Los Angeles, any great ideas of future agenda items from the members of the public there?
Ben Conway's still all alone here.
Okay, you got anything for us?
No, sorry. This has been great to
Okay.
hear everyone else's ideas, though.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Well, thank you. Let's see, any suggestions of future agenda items from members of the public joining us here in person today? Thank you. All right, with that, let's see. Oh, is there something anybody's waiting for? Agenda item 19? I think I lost track of where it was. It must be, could I have a motion to adjourn?
Commissioner Shapiro so moves.
Commissioner Lillibird, second.
Thank you. I think Presley, we're calling you back in order. That requires a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. I am here to take the roll call vote. I will start with Commissioner Dillard,
Yes.
Commissioner Downey,
Aye.
Commissioner Olhessen,
Aye.
Commissioner Holloway, Commissioner Jackson,
Aye.
Commissioner Littlebridge,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Shapiro,
Aye.
Chair Commissioner Downey, all CCDA commissioner votes have been noted and the motion will carry.
Okay, well, as a personal point of privilege, I'm gonna sneak in one last thing. I'd like to wish our Executive Director, April Dawson, a near 1-year anniversary celebration. I think at this time last year, you were hiding in the wings. You were selected, but not officially appointed. Now you are, and you've had almost a year under your belt. So thank you so much for your service and leadership. And we got our money's worth out of you today in the agenda item. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. It's an honor to serve the commission.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.